water governance. Our friends at the Loughs Agency need to be commended for putting together this prestigious gathering and bringing together some of the world's leading experts, policymakers and researchers who share a common goal: the sustainable management and protection of our precious water resources. Londonderry has always been a city defined by its waterways, with the Foyle sitting pride of place between the city side and the waterside, and the majestic Peace Bridge symbolising the connection between communities here. Our rich history, cultural vibrancy and welcoming community provide an ideal backdrop for the discussions that will unfold over the next 2 days. We are proud to welcome delegates and speakers from the near and far, and I hope to take the time to explore our city's unique blend of history, heritage and hospitality. This symposium brings together diverse perspectives and expertise from across the world, emphasising the need for collaborative approaches to manage our shared water resources. The challenges we face are complex and interconnected. It is only through cooperation, knowledge sharing and mutual support that we can find sustainable solutions. I am confident that this gathering will be a catalyst for new ideas, partnerships and strategies that will drive progress in transboundary water governance. The discussions, presentations and panel sessions scheduled over the next 2 days promise to be insightful, inspiring, offering valuable lessons and best practices from around the globe. In addition, this event celebrates the 25th anniversary of the Loughs Agency, which was founded as one of the cross-border bodies between the UK and Irish governments following the Good Friday Agreement. Over the past quarter of a century, this organisation has been at the forefront of environmental management and protection. Their dedication to preserving the ecosystems of the Foyle and Carlingford catchment areas, while ensuring collaboration between communities and stakeholders on both sides of the border, is commendable. Once again, on behalf of our city and district, I thank you all for being here at the wonderful Everglades Hotel, and I hope you all have a rewarding conference and enjoy exploring this magnificent city and all it has to offer. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for your presence here today and the support of the Council for this event. Next, I'd like you all to welcome Sharon McMahon, the CEO of Loughs Agency. Sharon will open the symposium and set the stage for today's discussions, about which you can find out more by scanning the QR codes. Thank you. Sharon.
Thanks, Dermot. Apologies, everybody. I have a head cold this morning, so bear with me. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, friends from around the world, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to this milestone moment, the 25th anniversary celebration of Loughs Agency and the official launch of this unique symposium. We are gathered here in this vibrant city, as the Deputy Mayor has pointed out, of Derry, Londonderry, nestled in the heart of the Foyle and the Foyle catchment area, a place where history, nature and progress come together. Today, we don't just reflect on the past, we look ahead to the next quarter century of innovation, collaboration and environmental stewardship. For those who don't know me, I'm Sharon McMahon, Chief Executive of Loughs Agency, and I couldn't be more excited to welcome over 100 brilliant minds, scientists, academics, policymakers and stakeholders who have joined us from across the globe. We're here for one shared purpose: to discuss the pressing challenges of cross-border cooperation and water governance. As some light background, Loughs Agency, as it stands today, was born from the 1998 Good Friday Belfast Agreement, but our roots go even deeper, dating back to 1952, where the Foyle and Carlingford Lights Commission was established. For over 70 years, we've been at the heart of collaborative governance, one that transcends politics, identities and borders. In a world where divisiveness often grabs headlines, the story is one of unity and shared purpose. Nature doesn't recognise borders, and neither should we when it comes to protecting our environmental heritage. In an era marked by climate change, safeguarding our aquatic resources is not just a responsibility, it is an urgent global imperative. No single government or jurisdiction can face these massive challenges alone. Clean drinking water, food security, biodiversity, the fight against habitat loss, these are issues that demand cooperation and collaboration. The ecosystem services our aquatic environments provide connect us all. And here in Foyle and Carlingford, we see this interconnectedness in action every day. From bustling ports to marine leisure, these waters are not only habitats, they are economic engines, recreational hubs and environmental sanctuaries. Loughs Agency plays a pivotal role masked with conservation, scientific research and enforcing laws to protect these ecosystems from overfishing, pollution and other threats. We are proud to serve as a model for effective cross-border collaboration safeguarding these waters for future generations. But while today may begin with Loughs Agency, it is really about something much larger, a global conversation on transboundary water governance. This issue is now front and centre for people worldwide, and though we don't claim to have all the answers, we believe we have valuable insights to offer. Born from the peace process, we are a testament to how shared environmental stewardship can transcend conflict and division. Over the next 2 days, we will explore the role of water governance in encouraging international cooperation. We'll dive deep into scientific collaboration, discussing how partnerships can drive the creation of knowledge, shape policy, and deliver effective practices for future generations. These sessions ahead will offer profound insights into the complexities of managing shared resources, insights that will shape the next 25 years of environmental governance and beyond. The team in Loughs Agency are the unsung heroes of our story. They work tirelessly behind the scenes to protect the Foyle and Carlingford Loughs and their surrounding catchment areas. Without their dedication, the environmental future of these waters would be far more uncertain and vulnerable. Today, we celebrate not only the achievements of the past, but the people who make these achievements possible. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank them sincerely for all their hard work. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge our sponsoring departments from Northern Ireland and Ireland, whose support is vital to our mission. We are honoured to be joined later by the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs and the Secretary-General from the Department for Climate, Energy and Communication. A special thank you as well to the North-South Ministerial Council and the Joint Secretaries, Richard Hill and Hilary Riley, for their steadfast commitment to our shared environmental goals. Let this symposium spark the beginning of something even bigger, a platform for ongoing discussions, cooperation and action. Together we can transcend borders and divisions, protecting not only our water systems, but the future of our planet. So I'd like to thank you all for being here, for your time, your insights and your dedication. So let's make these next 2 days a watershed moment for global water governance. So without further ado, let's dive in, and thank you.
There's your eyes. Thank you, Sharon, so much. It gives you an idea of the sheer scope and scale of everything that's going to be covered here today and just how wide an issue this is. So as Sharon said, let's dive in. Later on, we'll be hearing from the Minister, but first we're going to get underway with our first presentation, followed by Q&A with the panel. When it comes to that Q&A, you have a QR code on your tables. If you scan that with your phone, that will connect you to Slido, where you can put in your questions as thoughts occur to you. You can also then vote for questions if you find them particularly interesting. Those ones will come to the top and you'll be able to see questions appearing on the screen, and that might spark some thoughts as well. So you've got your Slido codes, got your phones ready. Let me introduce our first panel. So this will be moderated by Katrina Mullen, an expert in cross-border cooperation and governance. This session will delve into the importance of transboundary collaboration and participatory water governance in promoting global sustainability, stability and peace. Allow me to introduce our distinguished panel of speakers. They'll each come up to the stage one by one as they are making their presentations. First, you'll hear from Professor Francesco Sindaco from the University of Strathclyde, then Professor Maureen Hume from University of Glasgow. Kieran O'Queen he's the Director of the Middle East Desalination Research Centre, and Dr. Martin Guillermo Ramirez, Secretary General of the Association of European Border Regions. As I say, do keep your questions coming and your thoughts in the course of these presentations. Let me invite moderator Katrina Mullen, Cross-Border Cooperation and Governance Specialist, to kick off this session.
Thank you, Louise, and good morning, everyone. I'm moderating this session. I'm also going to be playing the role of air traffic controller quite early because Martin Guillermo is still in the air and about to land at Derry. So he's the final speaker on the panel. We also have the possibility that the Minister will arrive, so this panel may actually be split in terms of the speakers who you're going to hear from. But we wanted to hold this panel particularly because it's an opportunity to really hear from a number of speakers about the importance of transboundary environmental cooperation, and then specifically water, which is the business of the Loughs Agency. It's also very important, I suppose, to realise as well that not every region of the world has the mechanisms whereby an environmental asset such as the Foyle and Carlingford Loughs and systems, where there's actually a mechanism there for treating those assets as a single holistic environmental entity. So on this island we are very, very lucky to have had that since 1952, since the Foyle and Carlingford Loughs Commission was set up and then reconstituted as the Loughs Agency in the 1998 agreement. So this session is very much just about giving you the chance to hear about the importance of this stuff, and I suppose to then be able to connect what we're concerned with what people are concerned with globally, and what really is a very, very important geopolitical issue at the moment is the stewardship of natural resources and energy resilience and all of those transitions that we're in at the moment. So our first speaker is Professor Francesco Sindaco. Francesco is a professor in international environmental law at the University of Strathclyde, and he's also the co-chair of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law. He has interacted with and given advice to the International Court of Justice on environmental rights, and he's based in our maritime region, so we're very happy to welcome him here. And he will be talking about the rules that international law provides for different countries to actually navigate the issue of environmental protection. And then he'll also talk about some of the work that he's actually done in a completely different part of the world relating to cross-border aquifer protection. Okay, Francesco, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Katrina. And I think I do have some slides. There they are. So, before we go into that, as I said, thank you for the organizers for inviting me. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. I will put it out very, very clearly that the idea of putting a lawyer in front of you first thing in the morning probably wasn't the best idea. But I like to say I'm not that kind of lawyer. Up to you to decide in 10, 15 minutes whether that's the case or not. I do collaborate with a number of organizations. IUCN was mentioned. I am the co-chair of the Climate Change Law Specialist Group within WCL, the World Commission on Environmental Law. Another organization that you may find interesting is called International Water Resources Association. I just came back from the Faroe Islands where I was leading a congress on islands and freshwater management. So what I want to do this morning is really two things, and it actually builds on what was just said. this thing called international water law, which I will briefly explain, can be seen in other parts of the world as well as a platform. And the word that was used just now was platform. So I will try to explain how in other parts of the world, in a different way, the law has been used as a platform for collaboration and cooperation. But I will also explain that law is a very, very slow business, especially with international water law, which is a real problem when you deal, like myself, also with policy and legal aspects related to the climate emergency. And then a very important point, which is a common sense thing, but whenever we bring information from other parts of the world, we always have to do it with brackets. It's all about context as well. So anything that has happened on the other side of the world, well, take it as an interesting narrative, an interesting story, call it as you wish, but you need to then contextualize and decide what is relevant or not for this part of the world. So you have there the part of the world that I will be talking in just a second. It's the Guarani aquifer system in Latin America, and I'll come back to that very, very briefly. So this has already been mentioned. The numbers are ever so slightly growing from that picture, but we have a long 500 or something agreements between countries when it comes to transboundary surface water. I mean, if you think about it, back in the days of history, really when there was a river, there already was cooperation. The area that I'm interested in, and I have been working for quite some time now, is about groundwater, is about transboundary aquifers. And here we have a completely different story, completely different story. So the last numbers of inventories, if you want to call, talk about, again, in the range of 400 or 450 transboundary aquifers around the world. So that is groundwater bodies or groundwater stored between 2 or more countries. Remember, when it comes to transboundary surface water, what you can see, the rivers or lakes, hundreds and hundreds of agreements between countries. When it comes to transboundary aquifers, we literally have a handful. And again, this picture is a bit dated. We now have 2 handfuls. Not really that much. So one of the things I have been working on, not just in the Guarani aquifer system, which is in Latin America, but also other parts of the world, like in northwestern Sahara aquifer system, in the DZ in the Middle East, is understand why we have so little of transboundary cooperation when it comes to groundwater and what needs to happen for there to be more cooperation. So let me take you, though, to 3 considerations that are relevant both for groundwater generally speaking, but in particular for transboundary aquifers. The first thing is that a lot of people will say, what is this big deal? Why do lawyers have to come in and create new rules? Let's just use the rules for surface water. At the end, it's the same thing. It's water. Now, when I started this, I started having interesting multidisciplinary conversations with hydrogeologists. And the hydrogeologist that talked to me said, well, be careful, Francesco. You may think it's the same thing, but actually there are some very different facets. So yes, they are similar, but not the same. And really what that means, and it's a bit like 1 + 1 is 2, if the nature is different, also the rules that apply to that specific natural resource should be tailored, should be slightly different. So there needs to be some special rules as well when it comes to a transboundary aquifer. And that's really the point that was made by all these colleagues with whom I worked. So really the question is, has the international community take action on these conclusions? And I will never want to bother you or bore you to death telling you everything there is about that, so you can look at my book if you want. That's where you find all the answers. But what I will tell you is that there are a number of aspects which are both substantive and procedural, which if you look at them through the lens of domestic policy, you'll be frustrated to death. So we have something called equitable and reasonable utilization. That's the cornerstone principle of international water law when it comes both to surface and transboundary waters. But with transboundary aquifers, it's slightly different. And everybody then comes up to us, even in policy environments or with decision makers in other parts of the world, and they go to the lawyer and say, okay, well, tell me what equitable and reasonable means. And I will never want or be able to give you one answer, because it's all about context. And even the procedural obligations that you find in the rules of international law also are context-based and need to be contextualized to this region or to any other region. Where do we find these rules? Again, a lot of us will have heard Paris Agreement or Convention on Biological Diversity or non-environmental matters, European Union treaties. There's no such thing as a global treaty where you can find the information about how to manage a transboundary aquifer. You will find it in something called a General Assembly resolution of the United Nations that incorporates the work of that group of people in the picture, which is called the International Law Commission. Now, forget about what I just said. What I mean is that it's not rules that are, in legal terms, legally binding. These are guidelines and recommendations, both the substantive and the procedural rules. But, and this is the point, they can serve as a platform for collaboration. Now, I will now take you to the other side of the world, to the Aquifero Guarani, to the Guarani aquifer system. This is where it is, in Latin America. It straddles under 4 countries: Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. It's one of the biggest transboundary aquifers of the world. According to some data, which usually is used to wake up people after a coffee break, it can quench the thirst of the African population for the last 200 years. Maybe completely irrelevant when you talk to scientists or economists, because it's a question of also how much resources or money you need to bring it out. And then politics comes in, and if you have the water in Latin America, the fact that you would safely, easily, and happily give it to somebody else, if you've been to Latin America, you understand that it's not really that easy. Big player here is Brazil. More than 80% of the land mass over the Guarani is from Brazil. Most of the population that lies over the Guarani is from Brazil. So, big water body. Now, the story here is as follows. For many, many years, there was no knowledge whatsoever about the Guarani aquifer system. There was very little information. And then, from 1990s to 2003, a little bit of research started, mainly in universities. Very technical, hydrogeologists again, from several universities, especially in Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, Paraguay slightly less. And then something happens in 2003, which is where this topic was elevated to an international project, the Guarani project. This was a $27 million project, partly funded by the governments, the 4 that I just mentioned, and partly by the World Bank. What this project did was really put resources so that people like us today would get together and meet and share information about A, the science, 2, the ecosystems and the economies that relied on the groundwater in the Guarani aquifer system, and 3, start thinking about the rules in each country that govern the groundwater and how those rules could be coordinated and harmonized. And in 2010, an agreement was signed by the 4 countries. Now, interestingly, that agreement was almost ready in 2006, literally almost ready. And the reason that it completely fell apart was because of one important provision, which is a bit technical in legal terms, which is about dispute settlement. And there again, the culture of the region is important. Brazil has never been very fond of tribunals and going into dispute settlement and didn't want that provision. Argentina, quite the opposite, very fond of using law and tribunals in that way. At that point, Brazil, and still is, one would say, quite stronger, and was able to put that away. And we found ourselves in a situation where they decided to stop the negotiation in 2006. In 2010, that provision disappears, and you have the Guarani Aquifer Agreement. Now, I remember that was when I was starting to really focus on the region. I had been in the region 3 months before, and we, those who followed the Guarani, were all happy to see this would start a cooperation, this would enter into force, and everything would magically be solved. Now, any lawyer that thinks like that, or anybody who thinks that just because having a law everything is solved, is obviously naive. It has taken 10 years, 10 years for 4 countries, only 4 countries, to actually do the paperwork, if you want, to allow this to enter into force. And this starts giving you the sense of the pace and speed of that law in specific areas for cooperation. And in the discussion, I'm happy to go into why it took so much time and so forth. What I do want to highlight, however, is that having an agreement and people talking together allowed the dealing with underground rivers and other hydromyths. What do I mean by that? Look at how big the region is. Let's say that Sao Paulo is here and Buenos Aires is down there. That's thousands of miles apart. People who were not into hydrogeology thought surface water, groundwater operates the same. And they thought that by drilling a borehole up in Brazil, in a matter of 2 days, Buenos Aires would be flooded. I may be slightly exaggerating, but there was that misunderstanding, core misunderstanding. And the only way to deal with a misunderstanding is to sit around the table and speak. And that was what both the project and then the agreement was hoping to do. Also, this is more politics. There's a lot of hydromyths in that period, and people thought that there were external powers, especially from the US, coming to steal the water. And again, while there was a little bit of truth in the political reality of that, even just technically, that was just not possible. This is something I think is very relevant for this region. There is what I consider a good practice, at least on paper, in this agreement, and this is Article 14, which identifies the fact that although the Guarani Aquifer is huge, really the challenges, both environmental and socioeconomic, stand on the border. And that's where cooperation needs to be stronger, faster, and has to take place. And you have this provision that says what you see in this slide. But the interesting thing is that this comes from practice that happened even before the Guarani Aquifer Agreement was negotiated and signed. And this, for example, comes from an area called Salto and Concordia. These are 2 cities with a big river in the middle, the Rio Uruguay. Salto is in Uruguay and Concordia is in Argentina. The big 27 US million project that I mentioned had 4 pilot projects, 2 of which were transboundary. This was one of them. The interesting thing here is that whilst the collaboration between the 4 countries stopped once the money finished, and is slowly now starting again, the collaboration between these 2 municipalities in 2 different sovereign states continued, and continued at municipality level. And the interesting part is that it continued because, to some extent, they, the municipalities, overstepped their own governments. Because if you look at constitutional nature of Uruguay and Argentina, this should have never happened. This should have been based on an agreement between the 2 capitals. But the municipalities just said, you know what, we're just going to do it anyway. And over the past 14 years, and I've checked with my colleagues in Latin America yesterday that this is still happening. It is still happening. Mainly, groundwater monitoring and exchange of data between the municipalities, both at technical level, but also at the higher policy level of the not so small municipalities. I was lucky enough to be in this region. It's very important for thermal waters, but also for drinking water. So a really interesting case study from that part of the world. Another area called Rivera Santana do Livramento, I don't have a slide on that. Again, the collaboration is slowly coming back to place, but because Brazil and Uruguay governments want to be involved, it's taking more time. Hence, law, platform, but when it comes to international law, slow pace. Last two slides. The Guarani Aquifer Agreement, remember, starting to negotiate it in 2003, almost ready in 2006, 2010 it finally signed. In 2010, there's this provision that says we need an institution to bring the four countries together and wrap up this collaboration and talk to each other, create a platform. They decided that this institution would sit in a freshwater, surface water focused organization called Cuenca de la Plata. It's now 2024. That is 14 years from when this was written. And I have been told that hopefully everybody in the region that is interested in this is keeping their fingers crossed. In the next month, in Punta del Este, in Uruguay, there may finally be a breakthrough and regulations will be adopted at this Jeff Big Congress. In the region and in international law, generally speaking, it's taking a lot of time to put these things together. So I'll stop with this. These are the four, let's say, key takeaways that I'm happy to explore then in the conversation and everything. Science is incredibly important. And not just the hard science of really getting to the nitty-gritty of be it ocean science or water-related matters and so forth, but really bringing the scientists and other disciplines together. And in the region of the Guarani, it clearly helped to dispel myths and to bring policy to the floor. In the region, having a project that provided that pump prime funding, if you want, was absolutely essential. The problem, however, was that at least in the region, once the project finished, the governments weren't able, through their own funds or through whatever structures, to boost that cooperation further. And just now, the four countries and organizations in the region are starting to build a new project that hopefully will reboost this cooperation. That's 12 years later, if not more. The decision was to manage the Guarani Aquifer system through already existing institutions that focus on surface water. You can see the reason why to do that. Why do we need to reinvent the wheel? But remember what I started with. It's not the same. Transboundary aquifers, groundwater, do not flow, do not operate in exactly the same way of surface water. And there needs to be that tailored regulation, that tailored approach, that tailored understanding that between international lawyers is not always there, partly for ego reasons as well, which I will not go into now. And then, especially in that part of the world, again, I don't know here, there's the usual thing. Groundwater is hidden. It's not a priority from a policy perspective, so it needs to come to the fore. And that's about communication. That's about giving a face to groundwater. That's giving a face to the positive elements of cooperation rather than the difficult aspects of cooperation. And really, I want to finish by, again, thanking so much the organizers, and I'm really keen to have a discussion with my fellow panelists and the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francesco. And I have a feeling you and Martin Guillermo Ramirez will have a lot to talk about later on. Some of the stuff that you talked about there, particularly I think, again, because we have the Loughs Agency and it has its statutory role, we've been spared some of those issues that happen when, for example, municipalities on borders see the need for something, but they have to persuade the centres of power that there needs to be a bilateral agreement to enable them to work together, and that's a lot of the work that Martin and the Association of European Border Regions do, including on cross-border water governance, so you'll hear from Martin later. Just to draw your attention to the fact that on your table there is a QR code that will take you into Slido, which will allow you to put any questions that occur to you up. At some stage I'll be also navigating the screen behind me with the questions, but if there's, as you hear the speakers, and if there's a particular question that occurs to you that you'd like us to consider when we come to the discussion, if there's time, obviously we may not be able to take all questions, but certainly please feel free to use it and have a look at it. And if you haven't used Slido before, it's reasonably easy. You just use your QR code, go in, and it'll sort of it'll direct you through. Our next speaker is Professor Mo Hume. Very, very pleased to be welcoming Mo to speak on her area of research today. I think the first time that it occurred to me that I needed to get her back to Derry to talk about this was during the pandemic, Mo. You won't mind me telling this story, but we bumped into each other in the foyle, literally, and we were swimming, and it was very, very low tide. It was one of those really, really hot days in the middle of the pandemic. And Mo started to tell me about what she'd been working on recently, and I thought we have to get her here to talk with the Loughs Agency and to listen to some of the stuff that Mo is able to give insight on, which is very much around voice. So she is the Professor of Latin American Politics and the Head of Politics and International Relations at the University of Glasgow. And Mo's research has focused particularly on voice and on how do we engage from the grassroots and at the grassroots in terms of communities, but also how do we articulate the needs of our environmental resources and who is best placed to do that, and how are they listened to and when are they listened to. So Mo, I'd like to ask you to come up and to take us where you're going to take us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Katrina, and thanks to the Loughs Agency for the invitation to come home for the weekend and to be able to kind of share this story about Colombia with you today. I'm going to go to a very different space, albeit in the same geographical region that Francesco's just been in. He's been looking at the kind of international architecture and infrastructure, and I'm going to go very, very grassroots here to talk about a case of a river in Colombia, a river with rights, and it was the third river in the world to be recognised as a bearer of rights. So it has gained some kind of global distinction in this sense, but maybe you haven't heard about it. And it's called the Atrato River, and it's in an area called Chocó in Colombia, which is the poorest and linked to that the most ethnically diverse area of Colombia, and it's still a site of ongoing conflict. So I'm going to just touch upon some of those themes in my discussion today. And as Katrina says, I'm really interested in voice. And the whole debate on rights of nature throws out really interesting challenges to us, both technical challenges, but also philosophical challenges. How does a river speak? How does it give its voice? How does it articulate its needs and claim its rights? And these were all challenges kind of presented to us when we got involved in this research project in Colombia, which was before the passing of a court ruling T622 by the Constitutional Court in Colombia, which gave or recognized the river's rights. And we were invited to join a group of academics, different researchers from different disciplines, to act, I suppose, in solidarity with communities in Colombia and draw attention to what was happening there. So just to kind of continue, Chocó, as I said, is the most ethnically diverse area of Colombia, and that has meant that it has been one of the most abandoned areas of Colombia. It has been a site of ongoing and protracted humanitarian crises, plural, for many, many years. Poverty rates in Colombia, in this region, are about 70%. So this is extremely high for an upper middle income country. The location of the River Atrato is extremely key to the particular vulnerability, as the Human Rights Ombudsman has termed it, of the region, in that it has exits to both the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean. And it's also just under the Darien Gap. So it's a site of trafficking of drugs, of illegal gold, of people, increasingly people, and that generates a lot of interest from both licit and illicit actors, so generating conflict. And that's quite interesting, again, when we're going back to this notion of how does a river have rights and what's its role in conflict, because it encourages to think about nature as an actor in conflict. And here I'm thinking of the work of Liam Campbell, which many of you may know, in his absolutely stunning book about the foil, where he talks about how water can divide us but also create connections. And I think the story of Atrato really resonates with Liam Campbell's kind of thinking around the role of water in our lives. But where we're really going to focus in today is over the last kind of 20 to 30 years, this river has become devastated by illegal gold mining, and specifically illegal mechanized gold mining. So historically, communities had lived along these riverbanks and had used artisanal gold mining as a way of generating some cash. These are largely, historically, communities that are very isolated, so didn't really have to engage in the kind of monetary economy, if you like. And speaking to people, you know, who grew up along the river, they say, well, we used to go to Quibdó, which is the main city, once a year and buy sugar. And that's what they used money for. So these are largely sustainable, or had been largely sustainable communities. And the little bit of gold that they did mine was very non-invasive, but did kind of generate some kind of extras, if you like. But with the kind of invasion of illegal gold mining, and specifically mechanized gold mining, we see that this is very much bound up with the dynamics of Colombia's protracted civil war. So you have different actors in the conflict having interests in the gold economy and coming in and literally just dredging up bits of the river, using intimidation, using threats, working hand in hand with different armed groups, whether they be paramilitaries, whether they be guerrilla groups, or whether they be agents of the state. So working with these groups to intimidate communities and really kind of wrecking their livelihoods. This is happening in a period of ongoing conflict. Communities are being displaced at quite a rapid rate, and people turn to mining as the only livelihood strategy left to them, particularly when curfews came imposed by illegal armed actors. So mining, if you like, became an important way of life. But they could see, these are communities that live and breathe and are intricately associated with a river, so they could see that their river was being wrecked. They had the knowledge, they understand their environment, they understand their ecosystem. They said things like, the river doesn't know where to flow. We're not scientists, but we can see the river is polluted. And this is why the issue of voice is really important. Nobody has better knowledge than the communities that live side by the river. But what they said to us is, we have the empirical knowledge, but we don't have the technical knowledge. We need that validation from white European scientists. And that's really important, because whose voice and whose knowledge matters. And how can they use their voices and their knowledges to be taken seriously, and for the rights of their river to be taken seriously. And why this is particularly important in the context of conflict is that the river monitoring stations from the 1980s onwards ceased to exist. So our basic parameters of knowledge, and I'm not a hydrologist, but my colleagues who are, kind of really find it distressing, coming from a European context, that we had no basic parameters of knowledge about how much water is in the river, where the river flows, how the channels have changed, as you saw in that previous picture, where the kind of river has become completely distorted from what it was before. So communities decided to take action. They can't just sit here and watch their kind of livelihoods, their river, their culture being destroyed. And Colombia has a very progressive legal system. That doesn't mean laws are implemented, but it has very beautiful laws. And so the communities took a kind of a popular action where they were able to take a case to the Colombian Constitutional Court, and this resulted in this legal ruling, T622, which recognized the River Atrato as a bearer of rights. And this is really important symbolically, albeit with some kind of caveats in terms of its implementation. So I'm just going to quote from the sentence, or from the court ruling here. And the court ruling, so this is the Constitutional Court in Colombia, denounces the complete abandonment of the state in terms of basic infrastructure in the region. So it's calling out its fellow members of the Colombian state, the fellow governing bodies, for having abandoned the region and basically let this happen. I should have said that this is a region with very little road infrastructure, so the rivers are actually crucial for getting anywhere. Have you ever seen a big dredger? It's a bit hard to get a big dredger up a river fast. So these big dredgers are going up the river in front of the police, in front of the army. It's a heavily militarized conflict area. Everybody's waving, hello. You know, these are illegal dredgers. So this is all happening with full view of the state. So the goal of this court ruling is to stop the intensive and large-scale use of various methods of illegal mining and logging, including heavy machinery, dredgers and excavators, and highly toxic substances such as mercury in the Trato, its basins, marshes, wetlands and tributaries. And the logic of the sentence is based on the rights of nature, but specifically on a notion called biocultural rights. And what biocultural rights does is it recognises that you cannot separate people from their natural environment. It's that inextricable link of people and their natural environment. If you ruin the river, you ruin the livelihoods, you ruin the culture, therefore you ruin the people. That's a very kind of, in my sense, I'm not a lawyer, you know, that's my understanding of biocultural rights in quite a crude way. And the court ruling argues that it's only from an attitude of deep respect and humility with nature, its members and its culture, is it possible to enter into relationships with nature in fair and equitable terms. And I think that's important in terms of thinking about nature as an actor, but also having rights. How do you get this equity? And how do you move beyond the simply utilitarian, economic, or efficient? So when we began this research, this court ruling hadn't taken place, but it then came in the first summer we went to Choco. So we had real challenges as a multidisciplinary team. Well, what do we do? What is needed here? And the key thing was to provide some kind of data base using multiple kind of sources so that communities could use this to help advocate for their river rights. The court ruling in itself said that the river put an architecture around the governance of the river. And it said that you should be one guardian from the state, which would be the Ministry of Environment, and one guardian representing the communities. These communities hold their land in collective titles. It's mainly Afro-Colombian and ethnic indigenous communities. And they said, well, no, we have 7 communities here, so we want 7 guardians. And then they appointed 7 men, and they said, maybe we should have 14 guardians. So they appointed 7 men, 6 women, and another man. So the gender politics also leaves something to be desired. But why this was important was because they think about their land as territory, as a space for life, and as not something to be kind of used, but something to be respected and with which they coexist in a respectful manner. And that representation had to be collective as well. It couldn't just be one individual. And these guardians have worked, and we've worked closely with them over the last few years to kind of draw attention to the river. So they were very important to us in terms of articulating what type of research we would do, how would we design it with communities. So actually speaking to people up front was really important. And speaking to a wider group of stakeholders, which I see the Loughs Agency do, you know, on a regular basis, and that is with your ambassador program, for example, and that is hugely fundamental in terms of how we worked. To generate data which is accessible. We could go in with fancy tech. I couldn't. Some of my scientific colleagues could go in with fancy tech, but that's not sustainable in that context. So we did have a citizen science kind of element to this project, but it was very low tech and very sustainable. But what that did was allowed citizen researchers to also generate their own data so they could say, look, we have the proof. If you won't take my word from it, and I've been living here for 50 years, here's the proof. So that became really important, and that element of coordination is really important to this type of research. So do biocultural rights provide a framework for governance? When we think about how people think about the river, it is in what lawyers might call biocultural terms. You know, the river is a source for life. It provides them food, it provides them water, transportation, bathing, playing. They are collective rights. They're not about the individual, but they do recognise the traditional roles that communities play, the vital roles that communities play in terms of stewardship of natural resources. When I first started to do this research, and I was like, oh, this is so exciting, the river has been given rights, I was corrected by an Afro-Colombian environmental lawyer, and he said, no, well, that's the technical language. The river has not been given rights. The river's rights have been recognised. This is the way we've always lived, and this is how it should be. So I think this is a really important lesson for us in terms of recognising the existing knowledges and what the kind of communities have said. You know, the River Atrato is all of us, we are, and the slogan of the Guardians is, we are the River Atrato, somos Atrato. It's not separated from the men and women of the Atrato. So what this does is really links in our minds the importance of the natural and social, these kind of terms that have been separated in the way we think about the world are really linked and connected here. So that division has now led to connections. And important to kind of rescue the ontologies, the ways of living of these Indigenous people has been really important. Because from being their source of life, the river went to being a weapon, and they recognised that the river was sick. And there are just some images of some of the work that we were doing in terms of just checking basic water levels, pH, coliform, and then their socio-environmental analysis of some of the issues that have been happening. So just to finish off quickly, what are the reflections? And sorry, just before, these are art from Choco taken along the River Foyle as part of a kind of splinter project we have, which is called Ríos Solidarios, or Rivers in Solidarity, thinking about how bodies of water can connect with each other. So this is about artwork being sent from bodies of water to other bodies of water. And these artworks are held in the Conflict Textiles Archive, but are in Choco, from Choco, and commemorating massacres that happened along the river. So just to kind of finish off in terms of reflections, what has T622, what has this piece of law done? I think importantly it provides a context for accountability. These are very marginalised communities whose voice has been denied to them. Not that they haven't had voice, their voice has been denied to them and people refuse to hear. So T622 provides an opportunity. It allows people to know about what is happening in the Atrato and gives this important recognition. If we think about principles of justice, recognition and redistribution are important principles of justice, according to Fraser. So this recognition is really important. And as I said earlier, it recognised what people have historically done, not based on the wisdom of lawyers, but of the people. It also provides an architecture, as I mentioned, for governance and participation. You know, there is a clear role for communities, and specifically the architecture of the River Guardians in the maintenance, conservation and protection of the river. It also provides a platform. Francesco talked about the importance of platforms for communities to organise, and I see this really echoes with the work that the Loughs Agency does in schools, in communities, in raising awareness. But I would come with a caveat. A law is not equivalent to justice. They shouldn't be confused. This is not a case of environmental justice. This is a case of an ongoing struggle for environmental justice and socio-environmental justice. There is an ongoing humanitarian crisis. Our work in mapping dredgers, for example, show that during the pandemic, where you had a curfew, gold mining went up quite exponentially, and we were able to map that using Sentinel images. So there's been a patchy response from state actors. We have symbolic blowing up of dredgers, but at the same time you have the new dredger coming up the river the next day in full view of the forces of the law. So I think it's important to ask, when does the state choose to be present? And when do these communities, how can they exercise justice? And this is why I think the question of voice is central to some of these questions. So these are just some images from the artwork from the project as a way of generating solidarity and joining in that kind of call from the Guardians, you know, we are the Atrato. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Again, I hope that's been inspiring. I mean, as Francesco had said, it's important that science continues to engage with politics. We live in an era when it's not enough for organisations and bodies that are in charge of understanding environmental resources to just be functionaries. I think there's a responsibility there because of the climate crisis to have these dialogues, and so Francesco has talked about that from the scientific and legal perspective. Mo has talked about, you know, that importance of the voice, that importance of the intrinsic knowledge that is there from people who have lived with the tides and the rhythms of rivers and water systems, and who have that in their actual community and ancestral memories as well. So I think on that point, we'll let that sit with you. We are going to go to a break now because I understand the Minister will then speak in about 15 minutes' time. So what will happen now is we'll have a short break, tea and coffee, and we'll then come back to hear the Minister, and then Louise will hand back to me, and the second half of this panel will resume, and we'll resume with Martin Guillermo and Kieran O'Quinn, and then we'll go to a plenary. So we're in good time. We started early, so we're in good time. Lots of time, thankfully. So enjoy your break, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to take your seats, and we can get going. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for taking your seats. Hope you all enjoyed your coffee break and managed to get a bit of a refreshment and a bite to eat, and to have a look at some of the exhibitors outside as well. There's plenty to see, not just in the foyer, but also outside with the marine machine. If you'd like to stroke a starfish or maybe not quite cuddle a crab, it's all outside there. You can have a look at that later on. Well, we've broken into our first session this morning to welcome a prominent person in the field of agriculture and environment. Our Minister, Andrew Muir, MLA, is joining us here at our symposium today. It gives me great pleasure to welcome the Minister to the podium. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, good morning and welcome. I'm delighted to be addressing you in my role as Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. At the outset, I want to express my thanks and gratitude to Loughs Agency for inviting me to today's event, and to congratulate them on 25 years of successful delivery as a North-South body. I'd also like to thank everyone who's played a part in preparations for this 25th anniversary event. I look forward to hearing from the experts on the importance of transboundary water management and how collaborative solutions can contribute to addressing urgent issues such as climate change impacts, water pollution and biodiversity loss. The importance of the role of the Loughs Agency has played over the last 25 years in implementing actions that contribute to the conservation and the protection of aquatic ecology within the Foyle and Carnarford catchments cannot be understated. Reflecting back, the establishment of the Loughs Agency as a North-South implementation body following the Good Friday Agreement was transformational for improving cross-border environmental management. The need for transboundary cooperation is not new, with the Foyle Fisheries Commission created in 1952 to tackle the issue of salmon poaching. The Loughs Agency has built on this legacy, and rather than focusing on a single issue, it is evident that the emphasis is now on working at ecosystem levels and establishing effective transboundary partnerships. As the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, I very much recognise the importance of and the need for effective transboundary collaboration. The Northern Ireland Marine Area is also adjacent to Scotland, England, Wales and the Isle of Man, highlighting the challenges associated with taking an ecosystem-based approach to management of the marine area and the need for effective collaboration on a north-south and east-west basis. I accept there is still significant work to be done, requiring both political and resource commitment, but it is clear that Loughs Agency is well placed to drive forward transboundary environmental protection, conservation and management over the next 25 years, and partnership, cooperation and collaboration will all play a key role in achieving these objectives. The Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, working with its co-sponsors in the Department of Environment, Climate and Communication and the North-South Ministerial Council, will continue to support the Loughs Agency to address environmental issues, including the management of transboundary water resources. This cooperation is essential in maintaining water quality, controlling pollution and protecting aquatic ecosystems that span both territories. All-island collaboration plays a pivotal role in addressing these environmental issues, and I am delighted with the continuing collaboration and knowledge shared between our jurisdictions, North and South, and the opportunities to work together to further our understanding of the environmental issues on our shared island and the positive actions that we can take. As Minister, the new priorities I have set for my department align with the work of the Loughs Agency, and look forward to working collaboratively to tackle climate change together, to protect our natural environment and support a sustainable, resilient and productive fishing sector. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Loughs Agency for the important contribution it makes in terms of informing my department's policies and strategies. For example, the Sea Monitor project, which has provided a valuable insight into the movements of aquatic sea life in our seas and rivers. As a result of this innovative project, we now have a better understanding of the movements of vulnerable species such as salmon, seals, basking shark and skate. It is important that we continue to build our existing relationships to develop transboundary solutions for climate action, nature recovery and the sustainable management of fisheries and aquaculture using the mechanisms of the North-South Ministerial Council and the British Irish Council to continue this important work together. In closing, I'd like to thank the Loughs Agency and congratulate them on launching its own climate action plan, which aims to reduce the agency's greenhouse gas emissions by 51% by 2030 and be net zero carbon and climate resilient agency by 2050. I look forward to seeing this plan in action and will continue to work collaboratively with the agency to tackle climate change, ensuring it continues to receive the support it requires to conserve and protect our natural environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Andrew Muir, for joining us here this morning. This is a significant symposium. We are halfway through our first session and we have travelled around the world without leaving the room. What I have taken out of the first two speakers that we've heard this morning is just how connected all of these issues are, from global right down to the very local. And there's been a lot that has resonated, not just with me, but I'm sure with all of you, hearing about the Atrato River and the rights of nature in that, and also the sheer scale of tackling groundwater aquifer regulation issues. So we'd like to continue with our first session of this morning. We have two more speakers to hear from, and the session will be moderated by Katrina Mullen again. We'll be hearing from Ciarán Ó Cuain and from Dr. Martín Guillermo Ramirez. So I'd like to invite Katrina Mullen back to the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Louise, and thank you, everyone, for coming back so much on time from the break, and thank you to the Minister for attending and for what he said. Our next speaker is Ciarán Ó Cuain, who is the Director of MEDRIC, which is an international organisation which is essentially an international diplomatic mission supported by a number of countries. You'll hear more from Ciarán about that directly, but MEDRIC works on transboundary environmental issues, and it's one of the surviving mechanisms that was set up as part of the Middle East peace process a number of years ago. Ciarán's also someone who has a very, very intrinsic understanding of North-South cooperation, because he was around in what I call the golden days of North-South cooperation, which was the 10 years after the Good Friday Agreement. And he's worked across Department of Foreign Affairs, Department of Justice, and what was the Department of Communications, Energy and Natural Resources on those really, really practical, technical North-South cooperation issues. So I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Ciarán and to hear what he's going to say today. So Ciarán, come on up ahead. Thanks very much.
Good morning. I'm doubly happy to be here, primarily because I run what's called in the Middle East the North-South body on steroids. I run the last surviving institution of the Middle East peace process. It's designed to deal with transboundary environmental issues like water, desertification and sea level rise. It's the only place where the states of Palestine, Israel, Jordan work together along with some European and other states. The problem with using water for peace, and I'll limit myself to water for peace and not climate and the other things, although they're very interlinked, is that operationally it's a bit of a platitude. We're very, very good using water for peace that creates very restricted sort of technical islands of cooperation. And these are really good. The Loughs Agency, a really, really important, really resilient island of technical cooperation. In the middle of wars, you will have the different sides meeting each other to make sure the water still runs. We don't really have much evidence, though, of that spilling out into the creation of a peace process. So what we really have to do is try and create these new models to use water and transboundary environmental issues to develop a peace process, right? And why I say it's a platitude is these technical cooperation agreements generally haven't worked with politics. When they come up against politics and raw power and diplomacy, they tend to fall apart, okay, because they tend to be just engineer-led or scientist-led, okay. I don't think you should ever diminish that side, but you really need to start working with politicians, with power, and the dynamics of international diplomacy. We've never had an interstate water war on planet Earth in the history of the planet. It's never happened. In peace processes, water is what they call a dependent variable. The nature of water cooperation is defined by the peace process, not the other way around. I think it would be really useful if we could take those normative, positive things from water cooperation and turn them into a peace process. That's what we're trying to do. But as today, water is a dependent variable. The idea that if we engage as brothers and sisters, as neighbours in technical cooperation, that would spill over into peace, is from an international relations theory called liberal functionalism, and it doesn't really work. It's based on a misreading of the European Coal and Steel Pact, which wasn't just a sort of a kumbaya agreement. It was a very, very deep power-based agreement. Water, as we see in Gaza and Palestine, as we see in the Ukraine, is used as much for a tool of war as it is a tool of peace. And finally, we don't really have any examples of where water has been used to stop a war. Hundreds of years of cooperation on the Rhine, the Ruhr, and these great rivers didn't stop any war. Nobody is alive today who wouldn't be because of that. But does that mean we have to give up? No, because those of us who work in this area, whether it's the Loughs Agency or myself or other places, we work at the intersection of international relations and the environment. And that's a really important place to work. And we owe the world, because the two big grand challenges the planet faces as shaping all of our lives at the moment is, one, climate change, the fact that there are parts of the world that can't survive, can't grow in the economies they have today, and certainly not tomorrow. And secondly, is international inequality. There are people who have self-determination, people who don't, people who have money and people who don't. And those two things are really shaping our world at the moment, and we need to find new models. So that's why our mandate, where I am, given to me by 11 countries, 11 foreign ministries, not one of whom has diplomatic relations with everybody else, is to develop a model organization for states that want to use transboundary environmental issues like water as an entry point into a peace process. And you can see why, when climate change and all these things are going to be coming more and more to the fore, how states that don't get on well together need models to be able to use those things as entry points to peace process and to build better economies and trade and all that sort of stuff. So this is MEDREC. It's 3.5 acres in the outskirts of Muscat in the desert in the Sultanate of Oman. I am the head of mission. I'm the diplomatic head of this. I'm the smallest president in the world. I've 3.5 acres, but that's the government of Oman aren't allowed to go in there without a written letter from me. States that are at war with each other can pass through Oman to get in there, but they're not technically in Oman. They're under my tutelage. It was established in, and this is what's sort of interesting about it, it was established at the same time as sort of the Loughs Agency. Our old peace process in Ireland was going on at the same time as, this is the Madrid process, 1991. That process had 2 tracks. We had 3 tracks in our own peace process. They had 2. One was the Israel-Palestine track, one was the Arab world and Israel track. And the whole idea was the Israelis moved for Palestine here, and the Arab world would give them a little bit there, and this was established. Since 1996, that has collapsed. Israel didn't do what she said she would do as part of the peace process. Everything there has now collapsed, apart from ours. Okay, there's 2 reasons for that. One, we took the approach of the Irish peace process. We essentially took an organisation, took the approach of the Middle East peace process out, and put the approach of the Irish peace process in, and it survived because of that. And what we have on this island is quite special, and we don't know it, and we're hard on ourselves, but I'll talk about that a little bit. And secondly, a new mandate by 11 states to be a model organisation for states that want to use transboundary environmental issues in support of a peace process. Why? That gives you permission to be universal and to step outside the Middle East peace process into more universal things around the environment. Okay, and in doing that, where do you start when you want to build this new approach? You look at the issues that impede peace processes and impede efforts to use water for peace. And these are as much as behavioural as they are scientific. And to really do this, one of the reasons people fail is their efforts are only for scientists or engineers, or they're only for conflict resolution experts, or they're only for civil servants and public management experts. You need all 3 together. So these come from all 3. So these are the problems you will have if you're going to start up a peace process tomorrow morning or start up an effort to bring states together. One, the rational reality gap. That's the gap between what seems rational, let's say, in Dublin, and the reality on the ground in Den Penzar. What seems nice in Paris, but actually what works or doesn't work on the ground in Palestine, for example. So that means you need to have, if you're going to build a model, you need to have a degree of local ownership. The people you're working with have to own the organisation, and as well a diversity of experts. Not just scientists and engineers, not just diplomats, not just conflict resolution people and civil servants, but a mixture of local ownership and a good mixture. Second one, from the world of the behavioural psychology and organisational psychology, the solution looking for a problem. And if you think yourself in your own career, wherever you involve in peace process work, there will be these middle-aged men that look a bit like myself with an emotional hole in themselves, running around the place trying to bring peace and trying to put themselves centred. And if you're going to build a model, you need to have charisma. You need to have bureaucratic, not charismatic leadership. You need to have a systems approach, not just an NGO with a charismatic, generally a man running around the place who can fundraise for a week or two. The reason systems like the Loughs Agency work is it's a system. There's a system below it. There was a Good Friday Agreement. There was an election. It's a balanced approach. There is a North-South Council. There is an agency underneath it. And that's what it is. It's a bureaucratic approach. It's a systems approach, not an individual one. Okay, so you need diversity, local ownership, and you need to have a system. Third one, transboundary cooperation doesn't equal peace. Transboundary cooperation, let's say there is a military occupation. And let's say I'm occupying your country and I come to you and I say, let's ignore the uniformed fellas in your garden. Let's ignore the tanks. Let's ignore the fact that you're poor and I'm rich. We have lovely pipes. We can sell you some water pipes. They're really magnificent. We can do transboundary cooperation. That's bad. So transboundary cooperation can embed neo-colonial thing, it can embed an occupation, it can embed all sorts of really bad things. South Africa and the Bantustans had lots and lots and lots of transboundary cooperation. The transboundary cooperation between Israel and Palestine in Oslo too, it basically wrote down what the occupation law was and put it into Oslo. Okay, so transboundary cooperation is not necessarily a good thing. Here, it's a really good thing because it's part of a system. There's a Good Friday Agreement, there was an election, there's a democracy, there's all these sort of things. Government is the operating system. In a peace process, you need to connect what you're doing to government in some way or another. Ultimately, at a high level, your peace process is going to involve government signing a bit of document, bit of paper, and lodging it with the United Nations or someone like that. Okay? So just groups of scientists talking to themselves is very, very important. It's very, very good, but it needs to be linked to governments as it is here in one way or another. And there are so many efforts that just don't work because they're groups of little experts going off doing really valuable thing, but it doesn't have a normative effect. A normative effect is if we create good norms together, if we create a norm of equality or equal power relations between us, if we can feed that into diplomats and feed that into a peace process, we're doing really good. We can actually take the effects of the water cooperation out into the wider world. The most important thing for me is that ignoring politics is political. Politics and power are at the heart of everything, every part of international relations. If I say to you, let's ignore politics, I'm saying, let's accept the power dynamic, let's accept who's winning and who's losing here. At a minimum, you have to create an idea of equality or some type of diplomatic or some type of dialogue system that engineering and science can work with based on equalizing contact, I would say, at an absolute minimum. The academy is not society. If you give me money for per diems and flights, I can get you academics from any country on planet Earth that's at war with any other country on planet Earth and put them in a room for 3, 4, and 5 or 6 days, and I give them an envelope of £1,000 each, and they can talk for months and months and months. So what? These are not the people that take up weapons. These are not the people who generally start wars. I mean, you need to actually get it into diplomatic systems and get a societal involvement. And then the institutional and agency lacuna. This stuff is nobody's job. So that's why we went to create this model, okay? So we took as inspiration in developing the model 2 things. The first one is the affalage system in Oman. This is the oldest still working water system on planet Earth. It basically is, you find a spring or the source of water, you have a man-made, woman-made pipe or channel that brings it to the people. The flow is decided by God or meteorology or geography or whatever, but what happens is the flow of water is, who gets the water is decided. Every family has a sluice gate and an amount of time on the sluice gate. So the flow is independent to the amount of time, okay? And there's a whole system of Abadi jurisprudence, and you can see where we're going with the model here. It's a system. Politics is the flow in what we do. Politics comes and goes, but the system is resilient and powerful, and it's there all the time, and that's the way we do it. And the second one is our own peace process. The concepts, and again I come back to this, we're very, very hard on ourselves. The central concepts of the Irish peace process, the British Irish peace process, joint owner, joint guarantor, co-equal partner, it's incredibly powerful. That would not survive 10 seconds in the Middle East peace process. The Middle East peace process is a totally unbalanced peace process. And what we did in MEDREC is bring this approach. In 2010, 2011, the organisation essentially died when I came in. And so our member states are mostly at war. And we said, look, let's recognise one another as joint ownership, joint owners, joint guarantors, and co-equal partners in the organisation and its processes. Nobody can say no to that. And everyone goes, okay, that's fine. And all of a sudden, you get a burst of life. So that whole approach, and we have this approach of the balance, the observable balanced outcome. And everything we do, the outcome must be balanced. Like our own agreement here, we all won a bit, we all lost a bit, but I saw you winning and I saw you losing, and I felt it was pretty much equal to what I won and I lost. So that idea of balance is central to what we do. Now, here's the model. We operationalise this. This works today. The only surviving institution that works on the Middle East peace process today. Everything else is dead, and it's the only one that has a totally different approach from every other part of the Middle East peace process. You take the core parties of a conflict, Ireland and England, Sudan and South Sudan, Israel and Palestine. You find a transboundary environmental issue that is of joint concern to all of them. Sea, water, climate change, desertification, sea level rise, it doesn't really matter. These are of interest to everybody else. You find some supporting states. Although America and the European Union were useful in our own peace process, you find outside agents that you want to help. Now, they provide money. They also impose diplomatic norms, okay? That if I'm the powerful and you're the least powerful, with lots of people around the table funding this, it's very hard for me to treat you in a less than civil way or a less than diplomatic way. Okay, so you have these people putting manners on everybody. You then create this idea of the centre, and that's where I am. Now, think of the filage system I just spoke about, the system, the pipeline, that's in balance. Politics is a flow, it will come and go, but we maintain the system, we maintain joint owner, joint guarantor, co-equal partner, and whatever happens, we are fine. We're normative, we ensure that everyone there is an absolute equal around the table. This is very transformative in the concept of the Middle East peace process. And these, sorry if anyone can't see this, that says resilient channel. So the idea is the centre, the approach is a resilient channel. It's a co-equal partnership. We have a diplomatic structure. So I'm a head of mission, I'm an ambassador. You have neutral territory, you have a certain amount of status. Absolute independence, like in our own peace process. If you're working a peace process, you ask the parties, you talk to them about their concerns, and then you say, this is what we're doing. On the basis that, like a good divorce, there will be equal degrees of misery for everyone in this, okay? I'm not going to ask you the minutiae, but I've spoken to everybody, and this is the way we're going, and you won't like some, and the other person won't like some. So states have strategic leadership, but at a tactical and operational level, we are 100% independent and won't talk to anybody about that. An absolute clear mandate is important. Our mandate is to be model organisation, but it's also to help the Middle East peace process, so we can move forward with wherever it is. We only work with government officials. We don't work with civil society. We work with the civil servant who holds the file. And that's part of the systems approach. So power doesn't. It's who are you? Have you got the file? We work with you. The last one then, we address capacity disparities. So first thing we do when you engage with us, the normative one. In this organisation, in this peace process, everyone is an absolute equal. Secondly, are there disparities between the parties? Yes, there are. In water, for example. So for the last 10 years, we have been the sole provider of training in Gaza and Palestine, in water, in desalination, wastewater treatment. And we've 120 research projects a year, the only PhD program in Gaza, a 5-year multi-annual training program with the Palestinian Water Authority. And that's to take the parties and make sure any gaps between them are closed. It's only then that you get involved with all the other things: confidence building, joint monitoring, evaluation, negotiations, track 1, humanitarian for joint gap analysis and facilitation. They're the things you do, but the important thing is the normative one, is to say, this is the process, here are the norms, and we project them out into the rest of the thing. So here's what we do. I'll just go through this quickly. A research program, a training program, purely commercial, 100% commercial. The politics are so powerful and dodgy, frankly, that you need to have income. So this is purely commercial research and training to make sure you have income. And then after that, a development cooperation program, a trilateral program, Again, flow is politics. What was possible before October the 7th was the following. And from an Irish perspective, or British-Irish perspective, you'll recognise some of this. Every year, a trilateral coordination meeting chaired by me and officials and diplomats from the three countries, Israel, Palestine and Jordan, where the countries will do a joint gap analysis on environmental issues, pick 5 areas that are important, and then 5 times a year, principal officer, director level people, 5 of them will be invited from the civil services of the 3 countries. They will meet 5 times a year on those 5 areas and discuss it with international experts. 10% of the value of what we're there for are those issues we're actually talking about. These are the human beings on the joint water committees. These are the human beings who, if civil servants get on well with each other, whether it's north-south, whether it's Israel, Palestine, and you want to do something, it will move 10 times faster than if they don't want it to move. So we're creating this cadre of bureaucrats who know each other, who get along with each other, and importantly meet in an equalising contact type of point of view. The German government, Germany joined the organisation 2 years ago, did a fairly $3 million project on the stabilisation mechanism to ask 3 questions. Does anybody else do this? Is it replicable? Can you use it in other peace processes? And can you use it in other parts, in other transboundary environmental issues? And they came back and said, no one else does it. You can use it for other transboundary environmental issues like climate. And here are the places they wanted us to go first. I'm not going to any of them, I have to say to you. It's Ukraine and Mali and places like that. And that's it. So I hope, so it's a story just like the Loughs Agency, how we took the approach of the Irish peace process and preserved a part of the Middle East peace process, number 1, and number 2, to design a model for states to use transboundary environmental issues in the support of a peace process. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Kieran. That was really, I think, a whistle-stop tour of a whole lot of stuff. The thing that occurred to me when I was listening to you was also that particularly central point, which is the idea, you need the systems. The systems for doing the cooperation are the things that need to be there in order for the cooperation to survive, the time and tides of the political world. And I think I was also just reflecting on actually something I did last year. I was asked by the Centre for Cross-Border Studies to write an article for the journal on the preparation that went in between the 2 administrations, North and South, throughout the 1990s for what ended up being the Strand 2 and 3 cooperation content of the agreement. So basically for the whole of the 90s, there were civil servants in Belfast writing to civil servants in Dublin about various areas of cooperation. A great many of the first conversations were around things like environment, like forestry, like water, and then workforce was another area. So what you had was these civil servants saying, well, we've got a single market now, what can we do together? We've got all of this European legislation, all these directives, this sort of European framework for compliance on environment, what can we do together? And it was actually that real intellectual capital that created the substance of the agreement in 1998, and that was down to people working out that they had shared priorities, they'd shared concerns, and when you go into the National Archives in Dublin, all the correspondence is there, and it's absolutely fascinating to read. So again, it sort of brings me back to that sense of, we are incredibly lucky to have been able to put those kind of systems in and have them bedded down. And yes, the politics has come and gone, and the politics can be challenging and has been, but nevertheless, those systems for cooperation also helped us withstand certain types of shocks, both political and in terms of the pandemic over recent years. So I'm moving on to our final speaker now, who is Dr. Martin Guillermo Ramirez. I have the privilege of working with Martin every week of the year at the moment. Martin is the Secretary General of the Association of European Border Regions, which is one of the oldest NGOs in Europe. It's specifically dedicated to promoting the needs of border regions and cross-border cooperation issues in the European policy space, programming space. Martin himself is a man of many talents. He also has a background actually as a medical doctor and a doctor of humanitarian medicine. So these areas of cross-border cooperation that are about people's well-being, about how people live, about ultimately how your health is your wealth, and human capital depends on our health. These things are very, very close to the heart of the work that the ABR does. And Martin is one of the most respected independent policy advocates in Europe with the European institutions. I know that because I first of all work with him, but I also hear about him from people that I'm interacting with. So I'm delighted that he's here in Derry this week, and Martin's going to talk a bit about the work that ABR has done, particularly in bringing the experience within Europe to Latin America in terms of that practical multi-level governance, some of the stuff that Francesco referred to earlier, some of the stuff that Mo referred to earlier. I'm sorry, Martin, you missed those speakers, but I'm sure you'll have a lot to talk about when you actually get a chance to speak. So please, Martin, come and present. Can I remind you about Slido? Because after Martin speaks, we're going to go straight into a panel discussion. Panel members are going to come up on the platform and we'll have questions and answers. So please do, if you've got anything burning, put your question.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think, let's see if I can manage. Yes, I can. Well, thank you very much for the introduction, Katrina. I have to say that she's also very powerful, and together we are more than two. We have been working in very complicated environments, but we know that even things can be even more complicated. Actually, we were trying a few years ago to develop the experience that we have in Europe on cross-border cooperation. Also in Israel and Palestine, in Jerusalem, we have made a couple of things. So it would be great to have some chat also with Kieran, because many of the elements are quite common. But well, we are the Association of European Border Regions, so we work mainly in Europe. We started in 1971, actually. But today they said, Martin, you have to explain what's going on with ABR, but also you have to refer to water. So I'm not a specialist on water, but water plays a role in cross-border cooperation, a very important role. And even we are mostly water. So then when I was planning how to start this complicated, because for me it's complicated to speak to an audience where you are native speakers of English. So I apologize for any mistake I can make. But I had always in mind this thought by Bruce Lee, which is very well known by the movies, etc. But the guy had sometimes time to talk and even to give us very interesting messages. And being water, being flexible, I think that if many of the leaders in the EU would take this message, perhaps things would be a little bit better. In any case, it's nice to put the old Bruce over there. Well, yeah, we were founded in 1971 by a group of pioneer Euro-regions. Euro-regions is the construction basic for cross-border cooperation in the EU. It was mainly along the Rhine River, always water, after the Second World War, at the same time that the European leaders were constructing the EU, also the mayors in the border areas where the traditional sport was fighting each other and killing each other, usually by the instructions of others that were in the capitals. The mayors in border areas, particularly between France and Germany, they were a little bit fed up. And then they started to think, okay, let's do something from our side, putting together in contact the citizens. And the reconstruction of the war was a good context to do that. So suddenly there was a Europe that was being built from the bottom, and they created these Euro regions, groups of mayors from both sides of the borders trying to find common challenges and face them together. They were not aware that what they were constructing is the most interesting part of the European Union, which is really the grassroots tissue that creates real integration. Whatever other construction we consider is not that important, that putting people together, creating links in the professional, private life and whatever, so the ghost of the conflict would disappear, at least in theory. So the Council of Europe was the institution that was supporting mostly. The European Union, the European community, economic community at that time, was another type of construction. But the Council of Europe, which sometimes we forget, is the institution which is protecting human rights and local democracy, etc. So it was a good combination. We were very weak. They were very weak, the pioneers. But the Council of Europe push it, and then in 1980, even they prepare the Madrid Outline Convention, a legal framework in which mayors could do international relations, because this is how the nation states were considering what they were doing. That was simply to get together and coordinate. But there was national boundaries. There were questions of sovereignty. We still have issues regarding sovereignty. But the Council of Europe created this institutionalized, somehow, cross-border cooperation. Then after that, the European Union, after the different developments in the 80s, then it became something a little bit deeper. Then they invented Interreg, is the program that is supporting cross-border cooperation all over Europe for more than 35 years. There are some particular programs, even in the island of Ireland, which are extremely relevant, and more constructions, even a legal instrument to create these Euro regions in a more institutionalized way, these EGTCs, European Grouping of Territorial Cooperation. There was a cross-border review in 2015, creating even new initiatives that we have the privilege to develop. I will say a couple of words about that at the end of my presentation. And then now we are 100 regions and Euro regions all over Europe, within and outside the EU. We have also some structures of cooperation which are active in our institution here in Ireland. We do lobby for all, not only our members, for all border regions towards the EU institutions and nation states. We do training, capacity building, projects, research, and whatever that for the benefit of border regions and for cross-border cooperation. The guy in the center is our president. He used to be president of the Committee of the Regions, and then he has given us some very good instructions. So, because sometimes we take for granted that cross-border cooperation should happen everywhere, but no, not everybody wants to cooperate. You need to want it, otherwise. Then you have to be able, and then sometimes we don't have the capacity, so we concentrate very much on that. And very important, you should be allowed to cooperate, which is not the case everywhere. So at the end, all the construction is about multi-level governance. We try to convince, especially nation states, which is our friendly enemy, that they have, if we want to have of course, the guy talking here is a convinced European, and we consider that this is the best way to develop together. But, and we consider even that the concept of nation state is a little bit obsolete, at least in this framework. So a little bit of sharing sovereignty to the top in order to build up something more solid, but also to the bottom, decentralizations and subsidiarity. So the services and the policies are developed at the most appropriate place. In such a theoretical construction, cross-border cooperation will play a very relevant role to be the cement of the European house. So we try to develop this in Europe, but also in other continents. Sometimes the main issue is to develop trust, which is absent in many cross-border relationships, and without this precondition, it's very complicated to develop something really solid, particularly if you want to develop cross-border public services, to have a cross-border hospital, or even for the management of water resources across borders, which is very relevant in many parts of the world. So, well, I talked already about the Euro regions, which is a construction. In general, they are private law, but the members are the majors. And also, in some places, it's a name, it's a mission, and even a brand, I would say. Just to give you an idea, this is a map that we did in 2011, and I haven't put a more updated map because then you will see nothing. Many of the areas you can see, there are around 300 structures of cross-border cooperation active in Europe. Even if you see the slide down in the right, you can see the borders of Ukraine. Before 2014, they were surrounded by Euro regions. There were 4 between Russia and Ukraine. Even our General Assembly in 2011, we did it in Kursk, and together with the Ukrainians and Russians. So can you imagine, just a few years after, the things change, and even things are changing even worse. But if you look to the top and right, then you can see in Central Europe today we can count there around 30 more structures, some of them more sophisticated or thematic, but this is, at the end, is a construction which sometimes is not well known, but is creating peaceful links and development initiatives every single day. according to statistics from the European Union, since 1990, more than 30,000 projects of cross-border cooperation have been developed in Europe, involving millions of citizens, enterprises, and institutions. Then, well, of course, water is an issue. In most of the Euro regions, their names are rivers. So when they were trying to identify a common name for a structure between 2 or 3 countries, very often they take the name of a river. So we have the Euro region, Rhine-Waal, Upper Rhine, Rio Minho, Lower Danube, Spree, Nijse, all over. And in other continents, it's the same. So even the first initiatives, cross-border initiatives, when there were no programs, there was no policies about that, was to manage water resources, especially to avoid floods in Central Europe, but also to manage the absence of water in other parts of Europe, and emergencies. These are the 2 elements where cross-border cooperation starts in most cases. Then afterwards, this can be more sophisticated, etc. But the water is always present around there. Then we started in 2010. There was a big crisis, and many of our members left. We lost our fees, and that means that we were about to die. But I took my past experience in international cooperation, and I started to look in other continents how cross-border cooperation was. Of course, because I'm a Spaniard, so Latin America was easy, because I could read without any problem all the reports, and we saw that they have rivers, but their rivers are a bit bigger than the Europeans, and these rivers are crucial for the development of many territories. Look at Paraguay, that the main transport links are through water. Or look at the Amazon or the Paraná River, etc. So there are bilateral or structures to manage, but with very technical, and they were not using the potential of integration that the joint management of shared resources have. So we started very slowly, because we know already that it's not very good to come from Europe to Latin America and say, look guys, this is the way to do things. No, this will never work. So we, very early even, we learned that by listening, there were already cross-border cooperation practices, but they didn't call it like that. They were just doing. So we learned new ways of cross-border cooperation, not so much dependent of the European funding, because I told you 300 structures of cross-border cooperation exist in Europe, but if we remove the European funding, I don't think that we will have more than 50. And perhaps I'm too optimistic. It's a pity, but very often all this in Europe is driven by the availability of European funding. Then in Latin America, there is no structural funding, only a little bit in Mercosur, the FOCEM, but it's minimum. No, there is clear political will of doing cooperation, of managing the shared resources, and with their own construction. That means they are the states, the nation states, the ones which are really driving this. So during the last 14 years, we have been training local authorities, NGOs, and even organizations of producers to get involved in the management of these resources, and even to make more other ways of cooperation. It was not that easy. We had to use, in every country they have their own construction. In Brazil was easier, it's a federal state, so working with the regions of Brazil is normal. In Argentina was not that easy. In countries like Peru, especially 14 years ago, you have to deal with the military. In other countries, you don't see the border. In the border between Brazil and Peru, you don't see the border, you don't see a border guard, but you will find a lot of strange groups of people moving there that they are not exactly institutions, and they are the ones who manage the border. So there you have to negotiate with this group, illegal mining especially. There are also enormous issues on the traffic of persons and drug traffics and other illicits. So it's not easy, but today we can say we have developed more than 5,000 trainings, according to Chema, he said. And we have established some platforms for cooperation, and I think the flagship one is the one that is symbolized in this picture, which is the Euro-Latin American platform of cross-border water basins. Here we have involved also the Rhine River, the Danube, and other structures to manage these rivers in Europe, and the experience is becoming excellent. The nation states in Latin America are very happy because they see Germans, French, with their agencies even investing some time, perhaps in the future some money, and the local and regional authorities from the Latin American side, they have identified that there is room for doing much more than simply taking part in big meetings once per year, etc. This platform is extremely active. They are coming to Europe very often to do study visits. They are taking Europeans there, and well, really promising. We think that this is probably the best success of our activity in this continent. Here you can see it's just, I'm not a cartographer, as you can see, but I wanted to give a snapshot of the different initiatives that we have taken part in South America, and most of them have to do with the rivers, with lakes. One, I would like just to point out one between Peru and Bolivia. You know, there is this Titicaca Lake, where the Titicaca Lake has a binational authority, which is managing the different aspects of this lake, but also the different aquifers which are around. And it's well accepted that Peru and Bolivia, they are equally managing so it's a very good construction. It has a lot of years of experience. We are building on existing structures in order to develop similar operations in other parts of Latin America. More complicated was in the River Plate, where you have Buenos Aires, Montevideo, and other cases which are excellent in different borders of Brazil. Brazil is interesting universe for cross-border cooperation, where you can find any kind of combination of populations and territories, landscape, etc. And also in Central America, we have a couple of initiatives. And again, especially the Six-Saola Basin is a river between Panama and Costa Rica, where there is a very interesting process that we are active right now. We also tried in West Africa, and actually the things were running very well. All the frames in green are operations of cooperation, but after the war in Libya, and many of the combatants went south to Chad, Niger, and then the environment changed completely. Mali used to be the champion of cross-border cooperation in Africa, and now they have a regime that makes it impossible to work in many of their borders. But there are promising initiatives, as usual with Africa, completely forgotten, even by the EU and the big agencies of cooperation. And it's very important that at least we mention it, because we think it's very important, but we don't think that the importance is given enough to whatever happening in Africa. But okay, this would be probably another conference. Well, but it's not only that. Actually, of course, this was before 2022. The Greater Tumen Initiative, the Tumen River is a river bordering North Korea and China. And this is an initiative which is already 20 years old, which is supported by the German cooperation, the GSZ, not that much by the EU, with a strong presence of Russia, of course, and China. But I was invited in 2019 to one of their conferences to explain our experience, and then I discovered that the Great Tumen Initiative, which is composed by China, Mongolia, Russia, and South Korea, they invite North Korea and Japan. So it's the only institutional construction with North Koreans and South Koreans, they meet regularly. But even Japan, which for North Korea is also an issue. So I discovered something that probably was my ignorance, but I discovered, yeah, North Koreans and South Koreans were eating together, talking together, even laughing a little bit together. Very interesting construction, especially when Mongolia had the leadership, because it was the weaker. So everything the Chinese and the Russians let go. Today, the presidency is in Russia, and then things, as you know, are not running quite well. But the regions, the municipalities which are around the Tumen initiative, they are still cooperating. And they also have the same needs and will that the other guys in America, in the Americas, or in Europe. and Africa, of course. So, well, I was just putting some slides here to give some more clues about what we are doing. Cross-border regions, at least in continental Europe, have become very relevant. There are different policies now addressing the cross-border dimension of the European integration, as it is the case of the peace program here in the island of Ireland. And then, well, we have a series of challenges. All of this before the pandemic and the war. There were challenges like renationalization. Even Brexit was a challenge for most of us because it was destroying somehow our narrative. But also the fact that most of the border areas are peripheral, low populated, so less influential. Then the COVID pandemic came, and what was the first reaction by most of the champions of Europe? Closing the border. But the problem is that 24 hours later they have to open, because suddenly they discovered that there is cross-border interaction. There are people who have animals in the other side of the border. There were doctors working in the hospital in Portugal that are living in Spain, and as they closed the border, they had to make 200 kilometers every day to treat the people who were affected by COVID. And many of these stories, there is a border crossing between France and Spain that the préfet, you know, the préfet is the delegate of the President of the Republic, and then they don't care about many things. Well, there is a piece of border which is still closed because the préfet has said that it's not safe. And then in the meantime, the Germans are closing the border. Actually, the Germans closed all the re-established border controls last Monday. In Denmark, they have border controls even before the COVID pandemic, because they don't want to come all these dirty people from the south, including the Germans. So it's an interesting construction, this European Union, where everybody trusts the neighbor. If you go one or two steps down, when we're talking about majors or regions, it's another story. But from capital to capital, very few things have changed in the big matters since the Westphalian arrangements to make nation states. So, well, then, yes, I would like to give you a couple of projects that we are implementing for the last 6 years. They have nothing to do, but probably they have everything to do with what we are talking about here. Cross-border cooperation, the future of cross-border cooperation, how to make cooperation deeper in order to keep on constructing Europe from the bottom, Europe or America or whatever, because this is, sometimes we try to reproduce, adapting this type of projects to the reality of other continents. The first challenge is the future. There are thousands of people working on cross-border cooperation in Europe, but there was no approach to the young people. So, together with the Commission, we decided to make a program for young people to volunteer in Interreg projects and programs. Interreg is the program for territorial cooperation of the EU, including cross-border. 30,000 projects. I mentioned before there are 100 programs in the different borders of the EU, internal and externals. And then young people from the EU countries, the neighboring countries, and even third countries, we share any of these policies of the EU. The young people there, they can participate, and they can be deployed in the different programs and projects of Interreg. To date, we have deployed more than 950 volunteers, and we hope that this will continue in the coming years. And the second challenge is all the obstacles that we find. For cooperation between emergency teams or to manage shared resources, there is an intervention of the state and things work because they make a bilateral agreement and everything is fine. But for the little cooperation of daily things, we have found hundreds of legal and administrative obstacles because the regulations are asymmetric. Sometimes it's in one side is the nation state, and the other side is the mayor, the city, which is regulating. And then to regulate healthcare, to regulate labor markets, to regulate even something so simple like diplomas. In the EU, which is a construction of so many years, there are many professions that they are not recognized in the neighboring country. So for normal and urgent cooperation, sometimes we have to make big issues in order to make possible that the professionals can work on the other side. So we have explained this in depth to the Commission, and they launched a project called B Solutions that Katrina is helping us a lot. And with this, we have been able to identify 165 legal and administrative obstacles and propose solutions. So, and this is running. So we are really many, or some of them have to do with the management of water resources and other type of resources, plus also the provision of cross-border public services. So here, if someone is interested, we can provide, we have a lot of documentation about that, it's a compendium with the different cases, thematic publications, etc., and that we'll be very happy to share. Actually, in the web B Solutions project, you Google B Solutions, you can, in the library you can find all the publications. There are some lessons left, but I will not go. Yeah, here you have, there are the compendia, the thematic publications, and 2 publications with stories of the persons. So we have translated all this technical issue into stories of people who face difficulties to marry when both in the couple are living in the different countries, perhaps 10 kilometers apart, and things like that. The fire brigades, that they cannot cross the border when they see the fire because there is no regulation or there is something is absent. And the last point, which is for me the most, we have identified that an ambulance with a doctor and a nurse can cross the border, in some internal borders without problem if there is an emergency. But in the next border, the ambulance can cross, but the driver cannot, because he has no license to drive an ambulance in the other side. Sometimes it's the doctor who is not registered in the other side. And even the ambulance, in some other borders, the doctor can cross, and even the driver, but not the ambulance, because it's full of drugs. So, well, this is the famous single market, you know, which is, so, well, I think I also like to close my presentations always, even if we are not talking about water, with one of my favorite borders in the world, which is the triple border between Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina, the falls of Iguazu, the Iguazu River, and I can promise, if you haven't been there, this is full of water. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Martin. We're just going to ask the panel to come up now for a short plenary. And I'm assuming there's somebody who's going to reveal Slido on the screen behind me in terms of questions that may have come through. I'm Generation X. I was a grown-up when the technology revolution happened, so I think I'm doing quite well already. Yeah, okay, so we have the questions, and I'm just going to let the speakers come up. Mo and Francesco. And Martin. Is Martin still in the room? Oh yeah, Martin. Okay, so we're going to have a plenary, and then we've actually got 2 more speakers coming before lunchtime who are going to talk about the very, very practical issues of safety on the shared bodies of water that we have. For now, so the anonymous questions, they're all anonymous. Okay, there's actually one here for Francesco, there's one for Mo, and then, yeah. Right, I'm going to go for the first. Can we scroll? I apologise in advance to anyone whose question I'm not taking, but could I just see because we have a limited amount of time. Can we just scroll down? How do you legislate for the rights to aquifer? Stop that. Commerce. Okay, so what I'm going to suggest is Mo. Do you want to have a look at those 2 questions? This is a bit awkward because you're having to turn your back on the audience, but we're doing our best. Oh, you can see them in front of you as well, or can you? No, they're not. Okay. So Mo, so there are 2 questions there, I think, that were directed at you, Mo. First one is, do you feel that it's often the case that industry has the loudest voice compared to the whispered voices of the small communities and comment money talks. Could we scroll up, please, because there's another question for Mo at the top. Whoever is in charge of this. Thank you. Mo, what kind of citizen science initiatives did the local engage in, and how was this facilitated? So, Mo, do you want to take those two questions? And then I'm going to randomly pick some of the other ones. I won't be able to get to all of them, I'm afraid.
Does this work? Yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting talking about voice when we're relying on technology rather than using our voices. But anyway, I guess the citizen science one I'll answer first. It was we had very limited funds, but we also wanted to make it something sustainable. So it was very basic, and you can tell I'm not the river scientist on the project, but it was very basic water monitoring. So looking at pH, turbidity, oxygenation, and another, some technical person will tell me what the basic parameters are. So it was just very basic, and doing weekly measurements in key areas, key local areas, and just, as I say, it was very low tech, recording them on WhatsApp, and then we built a kind of, we kind of crunched the data, as it were, and then did a calibration back in a lab in the main town, Quibdó, which is the capital of the department. So by doing the calibration in a recognised lab, then that had legal validity. So that data had legal validity, because just by them engaging in citizen science, it wouldn't necessarily be admissible as evidence in terms of the Colombian rules and regulations. That has now been taken on by WWF, the World Wildlife Fund, and they've rolled it out. They have much more resources than we had, so they've rolled it out on a bigger scale. And I think one of the things that we've learned from that is that we were very reliant on people's time and people wanting to engage, which they did, because these are community activists and it was their community. But it's a lot of pressure to put on people as well. So that stewardship can put a lot of pressure on people. And in terms of the second question on voice, I'm not sure I would agree that these are whispered voices. I think they can shout very loudly, but they're not heard. And I think phrasing it in that way is slightly different. The nuance is important. So yes, money does absolutely talk. The court ruling, which I refer to, is by the Colombian Constitutional Court, but the main pillar of development in Colombia is mining. So there's a contradiction there that, two different bodies of the state are contradicting themselves in terms of their views of development. And in this context, legal money talks, illegal money talks, and as I say, community activists can shout, but it's whether they're heard or not. And I think that's where Kieran's work is really interesting in terms of getting that power behind these groups and that officialdom, if you like, for want of a better word, so that these voices can actually have spaces at tables.
Thanks, Mo. Could I ask our tech people to scroll down the screen again, please? I'm going to take some of these questions and I'm going to dispense with looking at the screen. I'm just going to ask the panel. Okay, hold on. Okay, Kieran, I'm going to ask this one of you. There's one there addressed to you, which is how do you ensure environmental issues remain the focus in a conflict area with humanitarian crisis and wars occurring?
Well, you're supposed to rely on the Geneva Conventions. They're very, very clear. Water, any desalination plant, wastewater treatment plant, pipe. But as we saw in Ukraine, as we saw in Gaza, they've been systematically attacked as weapons, as tools of war. So, I mean, I'd like to say there was an easier way of doing it, or some bang whiz way of fixing it, but there is international law, there is Geneva Conventions. The problem with all of these areas is, as I always say, the process isn't the peace, or when I talk about the filage isn't the flow. It all comes down to human agency at the end, and I think what we've heard elsewhere today, you can have all the systems and all the laws in the world, but it needs brave men and women to stand up and go, actually, we're implementing this. Or if it's not implemented, to shout and roar. But it's the agency of, and something we lose when we talk about, if you look at, say, something like the Syrian civil war, a lot of people erroneously went, there was a crop failure, no water, so people had a war. Now, that's really reductive and quite silly, because it takes away the agency of bad actors, of human beings, of women and men whose job is to go, no, stop, we're not doing this, we're not killing people, we're not doing whatever. So the way to prevent and the way to stop water issues and environmental issues being destroyed in the war is to have international law like we do, and to have cells, prison cells in places like The Hague to put people who break them. It's as simple as that.
Thanks, Kieran. So I'm going to come to, I think, to Francesco first, and then maybe ask Martin to comment on this as well. And then I'll go back to all of you with one sort of final question. There were a couple of questions there, Francesco. One of them was does giving legal rights to rivers, and I'm noting Mo's earlier comment, it's not about giving the rights. They're not ours to give. They are the river has the rights that are recognised if we choose to do so in law. So does giving legal rights to rivers, is giving legal rights to rivers the future for environmental bodies that are seeking to prosecute those who damage habitats? So, you know, what is the best way of, I suppose, curtailing and sort of disincentivizing pollution of habitats, and then secondly, probably something related, which is, you know, how do we connect Europeans to rivers in a way that will help people to value and protect those resources? Because if people value those things, that stuff makes its way into legislation. So it's a continuum of awareness. But is sort of legislating to recognise the rights of environment a useful tool for the future to actually protect?
So I think we just need to think in a way also the question. So if by saying, is it the future, meaning the only way, clearly not. And I started my chat this morning by focusing on context. I think it will very much depend on which river basin, which community, which country, and so forth. And we were having these conversations also over coffee. And it's only those who live in that context that will really know whether it is the future. I mean, just this last week, apparently, I don't know the details, but in Brazil, court judgment has given legal rights to waves on a beach. That may seem crazy, but to some extent, why not? The way I see it, and it goes to what Kieran was saying, again, it's really about agency and people and what you actually want to also strategize. In many of these cases, be it New Zealand, India, Colombia, surely there's also an advocacy and a strategy around that. Things had maybe tried before and they didn't work, and said, let's try this other strategy. And I am not a person who is connected to nature in such a way. So it's very difficult for me to talk about river rights, because in my Western mindset of a European as well, at least my part of Europe, or my brain, it's difficult for me to connect in that way. But I had the pleasure, again, I was talking to other colleagues, of listening to people from Hawaii, from Fiji, even from Ireland now, and they do get it. They do get it. The challenge when we talk about law, and Kieran was talking about international law, but any law, I would say, is that, just like Mo said, I mean, just having a piece of paper, a law, if you don't have the champions, if you don't have the agents, if you don't have a structured process around it, it's just a beautiful piece of paper. I call them paper tigers when I look at the various transboundary aquifer agreements. There's a beautiful one called the Ocotepeque-Citalá between El Salvador and Honduras. And on paper, it's like, we academics love it. It's amazing. It doesn't do much. Even the Guarani Aquifer Agreement that I mentioned, it's been there for 12, 14 years, sleeping in a box. And now, hopefully, there will be some agents, champions. So, as a lawyer, I almost find it nice when people look at law and say, you know, as long as international law is there, it will help. I'd love that to be the case, but you need more than international. And I think you, Kieran, said, you know, diplomacy, politics, and I love what you said about ignoring politics is the biggest political message you can give. I'm Italian. We have had politicians in our country saying politics is bad because politics is what has created everything. That's a huge political message. And we've seen it, you know, even in the biggest country of the world, depending on how you see it now. So it's something that I would just reflect on that. And just 2 seconds to comment again on some comments I heard. Kieran, you mentioned that, if I understood correctly, you know, that water
within a peace process allows to focus your mind, finding practical solutions and so forth. And now you're looking at, for example, doing it with climate change. I work a lot on climate change, and I have my doubts whether climate change can actually be replicated. Energy, yes. Energy, practical, in a peace process, you need to have energy to, I don't know, to have schools open, something like that. But climate change is so much multifaceted. It's so much, the problem starts there, it affects sea level rise over there. Very difficult, and I hope to be wrong, but I do think that climate change is a very different beast altogether. And you, Martin, you were talking about all these transboundary river agreements, but just like I said before, although you did mention that the Titicaca body dealt with aquifers, aquifers is always a second thought. And sometimes it's just added on at the end, and I saw it in South Africa with Botswana and so forth. And I just emphasize the need to give the necessary attention, even in a border, even in a cross-border situation, even in a peace process, to the groundwater. Not completely separating from surface water, but it's very important. I'll stop there.
Sure, Francesca, and that is a really important point, the above and below. And I mean, it also, I mean, the relationship between groundwater and what happens on the surface water obviously is a very clear one. And certainly those issues don't recognise borders in terms of, you know, pollution and things like that. So that's a very clear point. Martin, in terms of, you know, reconnecting Europeans to rivers, I mean, I know the, you know, the European Commission obviously has the Black Sea Basin Programme. We have the Danube Strategy. We have all of those things that, and also they, you know, those are ways in which the European Union does a sort of environmental diplomacy in its external zone of influence. And we know that those are going to be very important in terms of, you know, what happens in the coming years in you know, the Caucasus and in the Urals and so on. You know, how do we need to reconnect Europeans to rivers in a way that will help people to value, protect and recognise the rights of nature? How do we do that in Europe?
Well, it's not that easy, because taking a little bit on the previous question, if there were no human beings, perhaps we would not need to regulate anything. So so-called irrational animals, plants and rivers, etc., they don't need, they self-regulate quite well, unless a meteorite is coming. In general, they have been, for millions of years, doing quite well. But then we came in, and then, of course, then we have to invent even the laws in order to be able to manage ourselves and the damage that we do to the rest. Okay, said that. The European Union construction, I'm biased. I think it's the best construction that we could have in Europe. And I think if we're looking back with a historical perspective, it's quite clear. We have a favorite sport now is football. Before it was what it was. And then, but still, it seems that very, very basic things are not understood. Okay, by the common citizens, we cannot expect that everybody is an expert on whatever and be aware about climate change, etc. But looking at the amount of information which is available and the possibilities to know more and even to discriminate a little bit the information, that still you can hear things in the EU about the neighbor, about the management of this and that, then think, okay, we have to continue the process of regulating whatever, even if it sounds a little bit fascist. But if we want to be, if we want to survive, we have to regulate things. Otherwise, people will not stop to send CO2 or whatever. And then rivers probably is the easiest, because if you don't do it well, the effects is not going to be for the next generation. It's going to be next week. Just an example, I think you know very well, Katrina, we were talking to our colleagues from Hungary, that they are working at the border with Ukraine, where there is another problem. But when you see that river Tisza, and then you have a photo, just not from the sky, just a drone, and you see how clean, perfect, and planned is in the Bulgarian side, in the Hungarian side, and then you see the Ukrainian side is full of rubbish. But I have never seen so much rubbish in one single place ever. And it's clear that you can paint the border with the amounts of rubbish which is there. And we, as it is an external border of the EU, we cannot implement what is basic in the internal part of the EU. So it's a big issue. So even we have regulations, but then the regulations sometimes are not used, not interested, just to fill the books and whatever. But the real implementation, what we need is better, in my opinion, civil society and the majors are crucial for us.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can legislate for things, but you want to be doing preventative work which is owned on the ground rather than only relying on enforcement. That's very clear. There's one other question that I'm actually going to leave for the scientists, which is the one I would actually love to hear it. The scientists discuss it later, which is the position of preserving 20th century ecosystems and the 21st century climate change crisis naive? Is it a reflection of realpolitik? How can we overcome this? But I'm going to kick that one down to the scientists for the afternoon. There was a point made here, I think, just before I come back to the panel, because I want the panel all to reflect on maybe what, from the little time we've had for discussion and obviously from what you also know about the work of the Loughs Agency, what can the Loughs Agency and the Island of Ireland offer into this space where we are all struggling with these issues? So that's the question I'm going to ask you to reflect on, and I'll ask you to comment on in a second. There was a question there about if Peace Plus is not to continue after the current funding period, and with Brexit, do you see Northern Ireland falling behind their southern counterparts with access to other EU funds? I think it's really important to remember, so we've transitioned to becoming an external EU border region. Northern Ireland is still in the single market, which is a huge asset and a huge benefit. The UK is now a third country for European programmes, so that the UK now has the same kind of status as Norway, for example, and it is absolutely up to the UK government how they now navigate their relationship with the European Union as regards to opportunities to participate. But the European Union does have programmes that are on about its external borders. The EU, in my view, is moving to a point where it actually is realising that its zone of influence is slightly wider than its map of its borders, and that's necessary. That's a really big issue in the East, where you've got a lot of countries that are on the accession pathway that are working towards convergence in terms of standards, and environmental standards is going to be one of those really big ones. But you also have the reality of the possibility that those countries could become as compliant, they could be 100% compliant, absolutely ticking all the boxes for EU membership, and national referenda in the west of Europe, which are governed by more Eurosceptic voices sometimes, may vote against admitting those countries to the European Union. So we have to work on the basis of a zone of influence. And that's not to say that being a member of the European Union is less important, but it is equally as important that countries that are on the external borders of the EU are working with the EU and working with standards that will also benefit them. And in those areas like trade, in those areas like environmental compliance. So I'm going to answer that. It's up to us whether we fall behind or not. There are resources there. And also, as we know, the Peace Plus programme it's a significant programme, but it's a drop in the ocean for the other stuff that we can do, because it's also about working differently with what we have. And we do have capacity to do that on the island of Ireland. We've shown that over the last 50 years, to be able to work on a north-south basis. It's not always about the money. So I'm going to come back to the panel. What do you think, each of you, 30 seconds each, what do you think the island of Ireland has to offer into this international space in terms of conversations, and then particularly the Loughs Agency as a model of practice that comes from here, that we've grown ourselves? Francesco.
So the first thing,
Mike.
First thing is the possibility in a global perspective, which is what I look at, to find ways to exchange stories and experiences. There's a very powerful story here with the Loughs Agency, but also with the whole process here in the island of Ireland. And the second is, what I feel is happening here, and I commend it, is that you understand very well who can make the biggest impact in the shortest period of time. And I say that because, as I think Kieran said, there is, and you said it as well, Martin, there is this climate emergency doom around us. The time frames we were used to are not there anymore for many things. That's the opposite of doing things super well. We need to compromise a wee bit, but we need to find that. And I think we have lessons here for that.
Mo?
I think I'd probably plagiarise a bit what Kieran was saying in his intervention about, we have a model that can be used, the Loughs Agency very much increased challenges. You know, I know you don't work on Lough specifically, but obviously that's one to the forefront of everybody's imagination here in terms of, you know, the crisis, and some of these difficult questions about ownership, about, you know, subsoil resources and things, are perhaps things that we need to be thinking about.
Thank you, Mo. Kieran?
Practically, I mean, dealing with these issues, this climate emergency, and how governments and states and economies deal with these transboundary environmental issues, how to use them. One of the issues, I mean, when you think of when society looked at things like innovation, it said, look, we have to bring people together. They don't talk. We had this triple helix approach of government, scientists, and enterprise working together. Now, the academic practitioner gap in this area is gargantuan. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. Practitioners don't talk to academics. Academics don't talk to governments. It doesn't work. So it would be useful, I think, for the Loughs Agency and governments north and south or whatever. The Loughs Agency is known as a well-run organisation. It's a stable organisation. It just does what it does. It does its mandate and does it well. So it's not selling anything. It's not in crisis. It's just a good sort of place. And every year or every second year to have a gathering like this of, and you go back to the triple helix approach, have your sort of diplomats, your conflict resolution experts, and your scientists, and have three sort of streams of that to meet together over a couple of days. On this island, we've done so much, and we're hard on ourselves about it, but we're really bad at selling it internationally, and it's a part of soft power that we are just rubbish at, and we're just not good. There are many countries on earth who've done so much less than we have done, who sell themselves all over the world as peace this and peace that, and just after they come into the room to talk about peace, there's people in behind them selling agricultural equipment and all sorts of stuff. We're just not good at that. So part of the island's soft power should be our capacity, not on the sort of the whiff of sulphur type conflict resolution stuff, but look, we've made stuff work. The behaviour, we've kept it between the ditches of democracy and non-violence, sort of, the last 20 years. And that's some job. I mean, it really is some job. And we should pat ourselves on the back a little bit. And I would think if the Loughs Agency, with support of government north and south, were to have a seminar, a conference every year that's part of the international furniture, that Ireland's a place where it doesn't have solutions but is working through itself, how it deals with climate change, water, transboundary, these issues in the context of climate change, you could do really good. And my advice to Loughs Agency was you could actually get the councils in Derry and Louth fighting over who'd get it, and that might be useful as well. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Kieran. Martin?
Well, it would be a little bit pretentious from my side to give a statement about that, but as you made the question, for me it's impossible to consider Northern Ireland without taking into account also the Republic. I cannot work in another way, but the whole of the island, I think you have already contributed enormously. At least now I'm talking about myself as a Spaniard. The Good Friday Agreement and the process, it was an inspiration to solve a problem that we had, a huge trouble that we had in the Basque Country in Spain. And actually, the participation of civil society. I always, when talking about triple helixes, I like to say, let's make it quadruple, and let's make the civil society there. And I think the peace process here is very much, I'm not an expert, and I know much less than most of all of you, but our impression and the lesson that we learned was the participation of civil society and an enormous doses of generosity, which is amazing. This was missing in Spain, and the politicians and leaders that drove the peace process in Spain, they were stressing this very much. Even there were a lot of Irish people coming there all the time. Similarly, in Colombia, actually, I know that there was even a group of experts sent from Ireland to Colombia in order, and I think to show the soft part of it, which is the most important one. And more, when I see that there are Irish people working in the Middle East, I think there is hope. Really. So, would you come with us to Ukraine?
Thanks, Martin. So I think, yeah, I mean, I think you've made the point, Kieran, you're in that space as well. I mean, there's a kind of a, you know, whether it's earned or not, there's a kind of an automatic respect afforded to you if you're doing kind of, you know, sort of work that involves people working together across, in untraditional ways across boundaries, when they hear your accent, it really does, and there's a kind of a responsibility that comes with that, because that's that kind of gift you've been given because of the people who went before you, and who worked so hard to heal divisions on the island. So I'm very conscious of that too. I think this has been, I would just love to continue this. We'll have to do it informally. I would really like to thank our panel, and all of the people who also helped with the tech side of things, for this discussion and for this morning. Can I just ask you to show your appreciation for the panel members and what they've done this morning? Thank you. And we're now going to, as the panel members gracefully step down off the stage without injuring themselves, we're going to have a conversation with two new speakers, which is really about moving to the kind of practical stuff that's that is possible because of the governance and the transboundary governance that we have on. Could I ask you to keep maybe the two chairs on just for the speakers for this session, because we're going to go straight into the panel. That's great, thank you. The kind of possible, the real practical stuff, the marine safety stuff, the stuff that happens on the bodies of water at Foyle and Carlingford, because we have these cross-border agreements, because we have this cross-border governance framework. So I'm going to ask Ronan Boyle and Kevin Whitney both to come to the podium, and I'll ask Ronan to speak first. And I'm going to have we got Kevin in the room? That's well, if you wish to stay and then come, yeah, okay, and we'll join for the discussion. Kevin is the head of operations for the Irish Coast Guard, and Ronan is director of a whole lot of things with with the Irish Lights Commission. He's also a Navy man, and I know he's a background in the Royal National Lifeboats Institute as well. So you're going to talk, both of you, about the work of your agencies on the shared waters that we have, and then we'll have a short panel discussion, Q&A for these guys as well. So thank you very much. Ronan, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Katrina, for that very kind introduction. My name is Ronan Boyle, and we love our long titles in Irish Lights. So I'm Director of Navigation, Maritime and Consenting with the Commissioner of Irish Lights. And I suppose, just to caveat my talk a little bit, I'm not a scientist. I'm speaking to a group of scientists, so excuse any faults or missteps that I make. But I just wanted to present some practical example of what I believe is a good transboundary success story in terms of North-South cooperation and indeed East-West cooperation in the form of the Commissioners of Irish Lights and the General Lighthouse Authorities in general. So just to give you a brief introduction to what the General Lighthouse Authorities are, what Irish Lights is, and how we carry out our business. And I suppose I'm going to deal with some operational examples at quite a basic level, but it's really just to kind of emphasize the importance of that cooperation and communication, of the data acquisition and open sharing of data which we promote, of the common standards which we operate to on an international basis, and also of the community engagement and support. So if you kind of keep those four themes in mind as we go through it, it'll make some sense. So in terms of what is the Commissioner of Irish Lights, what is the General Lighthouse Authority? Our mission is basically there to provide safe navigation at sea. And if you look at the last 5 words of the mission statement, you get a good sense of what we do. It's for the safety of all. So the history of the organisation is more about the provision of aids to navigation to encourage safe and efficient trade and the economies of nations. But over the years, that's broadened out into the safety of all mariners. So we provide aids to navigation for the leisure sector, for the commercial fishing sector, and also for those commercial shipping sectors which drive 90% of our goods by volume, which arrive by ship into each of our countries. So our our history is quite long. We date back to 1786 originally. We were established as a corporation in Dublin initially to look after the aids to navigation for that port, and then broadened out over the years. In 1810, the remit was broadened out to look at the entire coast of Ireland, as was. So in 1867, the duties of those two bodies were separated again. So Dublin Port and what is now the Dublin Port Company became its own organisation and still there today. And then the Commissioner of Irish Lights continued on the work of looking after the lighthouses and the buoys and beacons around the Irish coast. Much of the statutory powers that we rely on to carry out that work were codified then in 1894 into the Merchant Shipping Act. And you might think that that must be an artefact of history at this stage, but it's still on the legislative books in the Republic of Ireland. It has been updated on the UK side, I'm happy to say. So these are the acts that we rely on to carry out our duties. We rely on the Merchant Shipping Act 1894 and also the UK Merchant Shipping Act of 1995. And I suppose an accident of the separation of Ireland and the UK back in 1922 was that we exist in that legislative framework in both jurisdictions. So that really assists us in carrying out our work. We're plugged in to the various departments, the Department for Transport in the UK and the Department of Transport in Ireland. We're plugged into the various safety committees that exist on both sides. So it's a really good example of transnational cooperation and an east-west relationship. We also have, and it's mentioned there in both jurisdictions, a responsibility for wreck and new dangers. And that's really critical to how we carry out our work, because the response to wreck is effectively to try and prevent an ongoing environmental catastrophe. So what typically happens with a wreck is that a single vessel will sink, and then what has happened over the years is that other vessels will collide with it because they're not aware of its location. So in order to mark the wreck, we either place a vessel beside it or we place buoyage around it to make sure that we don't have an ongoing environmental catastrophe, which obviously pollution then removes the ability to have clean water sources and obviously takes away all of the important ecological pathways which exist for fish to spawn, etc. So what are we today? Irish Lights has evolved over that period and we continue to evolve. Our vision is to look at the next generation of aids to navigation services and how that will continue to provide a backup for the satellite navigation that we've all become so used to on our phone, but which can be switched off in the blink of an eye, as we've seen in various locations around the world. So we provide, over the years, I suppose what has changed from our perspective is that the lighthouse keeper has become a thing of the past. So the last lighthouse keeper in Ireland was at the Bailey Lighthouse in Dublin Bay, and in 1997 that lighthouse was automated. Those lighthouse keepers then became attendants. They continued to look after the area, but they weren't required to be on site every day tending the light. And those lighthouse keepers are now starting to retire, and we're gathering all of their oral history before they do so. It's a really fascinating project. So obviously, all of those locations are now automated, so we continue to monitor them, we continue to provide those aids to navigation services. We provide directly general aids to navigation, which are designed to take the vessel from the point of landfall when they first come into contact with the coast in as far as the port and harbour. So to do that, we provide 64 lighthouses, we provide 20 beacons and 117 buoys at sea to mark the channels, especially on the east coast in the Irish Sea, where the channels have a tendency to move depending on the mobile seabed. And then we also provide superintendence and management of the local aids to navigation. So these are the aids to navigation within a port and harbour. They might be deployed by the Port Authority, they might be deployed by a utility company, and in future they will be deployed by the offshore renewable energy developers who will be placing turbines into the sea and also placing buoyage around those turbines to make sure that there's no collisions arising with merchant traffic. So we operate our own vessel, which I'll show you in a minute. We also operate a transboundary helicopter contract with the two other general lighthouse authorities which exist in the United Kingdom, and I'll talk about those in a minute. Our numbers, because of the changing role, have reduced over the years. We now employ about 120 people across a variety of different trades and skills. Approximately 30 of those are on the ship, 15 at a time, month on, month off. The remainder work on capital projects, as they're called, engineering projects around the coast. And then we have our back office functions. We're based in Dunleary in our offices there. So why do we do this? As it's a requirement, it's a legal requirement, which is handed to us from government, and government does it because they're contractually obliged to do so. And one of the earlier speakers, I think it was Francesco, mentioned the requirement for that rule-based imperative to do something. So that's contained in the Safety of Life at Sea Convention, which was introduced after the sinking of the Titanic and has been developed over the years to provide that high-level agreement between all maritime states about what levels of safety are acceptable. So really, the Safety of Life at Sea Convention then places an obligation on the coastal state, as it's called, to provide the aid to navigation service. And we do that on the basis of the volume of traffic and the degree of risk. So what you can see on the screen is a representation of a transponder which is required to be carried on all ships above a certain size and all passenger vessels. And that gives you a good indication of historical shipping patterns, of where the ships are transiting effectively. The red areas indicates high level of traffic, the yellow areas indicate lower levels of traffic. But you can see that all around the coast there is some traffic, so the provision of that aids to navigation service is a really vital thing. We provide it to international best practice standards, so we work within the IALA framework, which is the International Association of Lighthouse Authorities. And we set, and this is internationally agreed across all IALA coastal states, that we set our categories for availability for our aids to navigation, ranging from the vitally important aids to the important aids to the necessary ones. So for those vitally important aids as category 1, we're talking about 99.8% availability, which is 17 hours of downtime in a year, which is quite a tough availability measure to make. And then just the map on the right there indicates how we've progressed our aids to navigation over the years. So historically they would have been diesel-powered incandescent lamps. We've now moved to LED-powered lamps. We've moved to solar generation, battery backup, or mains backup, depending on the environment. So it's a progressive undertaking. I mentioned before about the importance of cooperation and collaboration, and we do that very successfully with the other two general lighthouse authorities, Northern Lighthouse Board, which covers Scotland and the Isle of Man, and Trinity House, which covers England, Wales, the Channel Islands, and also Gibraltar. And I mentioned earlier as well about the age of Irish Lights, 1786 in our case, similar age for Northern Lighthouse Board. Trinity House goes back to 1514. So these collaborative connections have been there for hundreds of years, and they continue to persevere today. So I think it was Kieran who mentioned earlier that the system persists beyond any individual. You know, once the system is set up and you establish those connections between like-minded colleagues and to iron out the technical issues, you can carry on. So that's one of the themes that we're looking at. So what we've looked at is basically where does that risk exist around the coast, and we've assessed the degree of risk, and we've assessed that there are areas where we need to get to within a 6-hour time limit, and that might be in very high shipping areas like the Dover Straits or the approaches to the Thames. And then there are other 12-hour response areas, and there are a number of 24-hour response areas. You'll see a number of those 24-hour response areas around the Irish coast and the Northern Irish coast, so between Belfast, Larne and Stranraer, the approaches to Dublin, the approaches to Rosslare on the southeast coast of Ireland, and the approaches to Cork. So we basically position our fleet of vessels to make sure that those coverage, risk response coverage can be maintained. So this is our vessel. It's 80 metres long. It's coming up on 25 years old, and we're in the process now of seeking approval to replace it in about 5 years' time, which will take us out to about 2055 in terms of the next vessel. So it's a multi-purpose tender. It fulfills all of the requirements that we need, such as the ability to lift heavy buoys, 8, 10, 15, 20-ton buoys, up onto the deck to carry out maintenance on them, to provide a limited degree of towage for vessels of similar size, to provide a helicopter capability, to provide the ability to pump water ashore, to pump fuel ashore, etc. And then we have that mix of vessels that you'll see on the bottom of the screen there. Across the three general lighthouse authorities, we have a mix of similar vessels each fulfilling different functions, but operating together and cooperating together to make sure that we're providing cover for each other in the event of a maintenance period or a dry dock or a breakdown, etc. So it's a really good example of that east-west cooperation, and also how we coordinate this and have set up the structures to make sure that it's carried out. These are some of the examples of type of situations that we might be required to deal with. The one on the left, although it looks more serious, is actually less serious from an aid to navigation perspective because the vessel is high and dry. But where a vessel is still covering and uncovering in the water and maybe a danger to navigation, it's really imperative that we mark it very quickly. So I mentioned before about the superintendent's and management role, and the fact that we give a consent, and that goes back to my work title, I suppose. We give a consent to what are called local lighthouse authorities to either place a new aid to navigation into the water, to make a change to it, or to remove it. And then we inform the charting agency, which is the UK Hydrographic Office for Ireland and the UK, and they place that aid to navigation then onto the nautical chart so that the mariner is aware of it, what it does, why it's there, etc. So all of those consents then are, all of those ATONs, those local aids to navigation, are inspected. For higher risk ATONs, they're inspected annually. For lower risk ATONs, such as aquaculture in drying areas, they're inspected every 2 years. And then we interface with each of the bodies that provide those aids. We make sure that they have safety management systems and routine maintenance in place, that they're not just waiting for failures to happen, but they're proactive in their approach. And then in future, what we're showing here, I suppose, is how things will develop as these local aids to navigation move offshore to facilitate the offshore renewable energy sector. So in both jurisdictions then, a good example of north-south cooperation, although we do it on a one-to-one basis individually, is that we liaise with the marine spatial planning authorities in both jurisdictions, Northern Ireland and in Ireland, to make sure that we are plugged in from a safety of navigation perspective into how the future ORE sector is going to develop. Just an example then about data sharing, because we can't manage any of these sites without data. And you saw previously where we talked about the transponders on the vessels, the AIS data. We use that kind of information continuously in conducting our risk assessments for the areas. But we also have the opportunity to collect other types of data. So we've worked with various organizations to place sensors onto our fixed buoys to count fish, for example, as they pass by. We've worked with agencies, and we're working with the Irish Meteorological Service now to place wave sensors onto our buoys. In addition to the aid to navigation function, they will now be able to measure wave height and direction. So we'll incorporate that into checking the models which are required for a national flood forecasting service. And all of that information then is shared with the UK Met Office and with the authorities in Northern Ireland as well. As I mentioned, we operate to the IALA standard. So IALA is a worldwide standard, and the appearance of an aid to navigation is going to be the same, with certain minor changes about there's two different regions, A and B. But discounting that, the purpose of an aid to navigation, the appearance of it is going to be the same whether a ship leaves from Australia and arrives into Belfast, or if they leave from Liverpool and arrive into Belfast, they're going to see the same aid to navigation. So we're very involved in all of the technical committees which back this up, and it's a real good example of being able to collaborate at a technical level between organizations and between countries, whereas if you get a country or a state to sit down at a diplomatic level, it becomes much more onerous and difficult to agree anything. But at the technical level, there's still scope for agreement on these issues. And finally then, just about the community engagement piece, we've found as our lighthouse keepers have retired and we've moved into automated lighthouses, that we need to maintain that connection with community and inform them about what Irish Lights does, and also the value of the Irish Lights infrastructure to the communities. So we've developed a brand partnership called the Great Lighthouses of Ireland. Some of you may have seen there's been 2 separate TV shows now that have kind of taken this team and shown the benefit to Ireland North and South. So we're working with various community partnerships with various businesses to provide local employment under the umbrella brand of Great Lighthouses of Ireland. So it's been quite successful, and it's going from strength to strength. So that's just my brief introduction to Irish Lights, what we do, and just to hold the thoughts, I suppose, in your head about those 4 themes of cooperation and collaboration, and how we do that on a north-south and east-west basis, and the importance of all of that data sharing and making it available. As a public organisation, we don't charge for any of the data that we collect. We make it available for anyone to use. The common standards and the understanding of all those, which is really important from a transboundary perspective, to make sure that everyone's working to the same set of rules. And finally, the community engagement and support which we gather from our involvement in the Great Lakes of Ireland. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions now or later, so thank you.
Thanks, Ronan. That was really interesting, and I think again it just shows, you know, the degree and the depth of the kind of transboundary working that goes on in this area. That probably does get obscured. You know, you go to Europe, and people say, oh, you know, how are things in, you know, your part of the world, and it must have, all the cross-border cooperation must have stopped because of Brexit. You're saying no, it's just absolutely not the case. So I think the other point that Ronan made about the common legislative frameworks allow us to carry provisions in both our legislation in the UK and in Ireland. That's a huge asset that we have, because we have a common law system in common. I'm also conscious that, you know, the public sector everywhere is, you know, constantly driving towards a data-driven decision-making culture. And I think, you know, what Ronan has just described, I mean, the level of data that is captured by the infrastructure that Irish Lights maintain is huge. It's important for safety. It tells us when floods are coming. You know, it's that kind of integrated use of, you know, environmental monitoring data, and how that gets fed into decision making, how that gets fed into political decisions is hugely important. That goes back to the point about this morning about science talking to politics. I was also very this is a little bit of a sort of not off the point, but I think I was very conscious also about time and the contribution that the island has made over time to things like safe navigation systems. Ronan, I was in Armagh Observatory 2 days ago, and in Armagh Observatory is the Troughton telescope, which was the world's first equatorial telescope, which you will know was the device that allowed people to develop modern systems of global navigation, because it involves actually following the stars. So, you know, we've made contributions to these things over time, and science and data have always worked in the background on that, just like the agency. So I'm now going to introduce Kevin Whitney, who's our final speaker of the morning. Kevin is the head of operations with the Irish Coast Guard, and I'm going to let him just take over, and then we'll come back. Can I remind you to look at Slido if you want some questions, if you want specifically ask questions to Kevin and Ronan. Now's your chance, and we'll take those immediately afterwards before we go to lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thought I broke it for a second. Good afternoon, and thanks very much to the Loughs Agency for having the Coast Guard here today. A very informative symposium, and apologies from the director who couldn't make it. He had pressing engagements, but he wanted to pass on his gratitude as well for the invite. My name is Kevin Whitney, as I said, and head of operations section in the Coast Guard, so I look after the search and rescue, maritime casualty and counter pollution operations for the Coast Guard. My background is merchant navy. Immediately prior to coming to the Coast Guard, I was working with Irish Lights on the vessel de Goniwell, so I was getting very nostalgic looking at Ronan's presentation. And I suppose when we're talking about the Coast Guard and search and rescue, or search and rescue generally, it's probably important to remember that transboundary for merchant navy is kind of, it's taken as granted. It's part of how the merchant navy, when you're working in merchant navy internationally, working on the high seas, it's what it just happens. It's part of the everyday. Usually, a younger me, when somebody asked me about transboundary governance, would have been more concerned about when the customs officials come on, when they get off, which means I can get up the road. That was kind of it. But you know, there's obviously times have changed for me quite a bit, and I'm in this position now. But it is a lot of the transboundary governance we're going to look at now with the Coast Guard is about facilitating what is already working and what's already in operation, and trying to make sure that it's done correctly, and that
the two responsible agencies, the two responsible jurisdictions work closer together to not get in its way, I suppose, is probably the important thing. I'm going to give you a bit of Coast Guard propaganda, just like Ron did for Irish Light, so just a bit what we are and what we're not, importantly, I think. We're a division of the Department of Transport in Ireland, so we're not an independent agency, we're not an independent office or authority. We're civil servants, essentially, within the department. We are one of the 4 principal emergency services, so along with the National Ambulance Service, the police are on Garda Síochána, and the fire services, we're one of the 4 agencies who respond to emergencies. As the national single point of contact for maritime SAR, we interact with the UK Coast Guard mainly, but also other neighbouring Coast Guards or international requests for assistance on the roles that we carry out. So the MRCC in Dublin, the Maritime Rescue Coordination Centre in Dublin, is a single point of contact and takes those requests and then feeds them into the system. We operate under 2 main plans, the National Search and Rescue Plan and the National Contingency Plan, which covers oil and hazardous noxious substance response. And they're the overarching framework that the Coast Guard works within. They're not Coast Guard documents, but the Coast Guard might be the chief sponsor, but certainly it works. The Coast Guard works within those frameworks with other agencies within Ireland. The map we have here, I realise halfway through the other presentations, a lot of my pictures are going to be blocked out by the podium, so apologies for that. It's not the best image, but that's our area of operations. The green line out here is the Irish Exclusive Economic Zone. It's also our pollution response zone. So anything within that green area, any maritime casualties or pollution incidents, we'll coordinate the response to that, and with various means of doing that. The red line, which is just here and very close here and there to the coastline. Sorry, I'm away from the microphone. That's what's called our International Search and Rescue region. And that is outside of the red line and outside of the green line is the UK area. You can see in the red line there how close it is to the Irish coastline. And it comes down obviously on the foil. And again, it's quite close to the coastline on the east and the southeast coast as well. So I think you can see straight away where our boundaries are not maybe the international boundaries you might expect. They're quite different, and they would then straight away we're into transboundary cooperation for incidents in those areas. Just again a little bit about what the service is and what it provides. We provide maritime search and rescue. That's a primary function. We do that through 44 of our own units. They're volunteer-based units around the coast. They provide shoreline search, rescue boat, and cliff rescue, and drone services. Not all of them provide all of those, but there's a mix around the coast. We have standing arrangements with the RNLI and 11 community inshore rescue boats. So they're what we call declared assets. We have a fixed arrangement where we share a paging system. When we push the button, they'll go to instance if it's appropriate. And we have 4 helicopter bases as well. It's the contract, the helicopter contract is transitioning at the moment into a aviation services contract. So from early next year, end of Q1, we'll have a fixed wing as well. So we'll have the ability to investigate pollution response or pollution alerts within our area, or just to increase our overall maritime domain and to do the maritime monitoring. On the right, again, a little bit of propaganda. On the right is one of our new helicopters that's coming in as part of that contract. They're just starting to get warmed up to take over from 31st October until June. We do marine pollution monitoring and response. So that means that we're the single point of contact for alerts that come through from satellite monitoring of our area. We would assist local authorities and harbours with incidents that get beyond their control, but we monitor their response to smaller incidents and provide some assistance if it's required. But we have a national stockpile as well of pollution response equipment. It's based strategically in Dublin. That's the main stockpile. There's also stockpiles in Castlenabear and Killybegs, pre-positioned if there's an instance in those areas, and they can be accessed by local authorities if they've been overwhelmed by a pollution incident. We have maritime casualty response as well. and we operate a national telecommunications alerting and monitoring service. So your kind of standard VHF high frequency and high frequency radio communications, we're the single point of contact for that. And I suppose, again, talking about transboundary, radio communications don't stop because there's a line on a chart. If we hear a message that comes from outside our area, we could be the only ones who heard it, but certainly we'll respond to it, even if we're one of a number of people who have heard that message. And again, we're the single point of contact for national telecommunications in Ireland. We have 3 rescue coordination centres. 2 of them, or one would be called the National Maritime Operations Centre in Dublin, and that includes the MRCC and a Marine Emergency Room. Essentially, it's a room that's dedicated to, as a dedicated space. If we have a major emergency, we can set it up to be an instant command centre. And with 2 sub-centres in Malin and Valencia to provide backup to Dublin, but also they manage the incidents within their own area. As I said, we've the National Pollution Response and Stockpiles, and in maritime casualty response is a big area for us as well. And we have certain powers under Irish legislation to intervene in maritime casualties in the Irish area. And maritime casualties means a vessel that's maybe broken down or is floundered, but that somehow it could be a threat to the environment, or it could just be it need assistance somehow that it needs external intervention to resolve or to stabilise the situation. And just looking at the incidents, what we do each year. In 2023, we had just under 3,000 incidents that we would have coordinated. This year, it's up to just under 2,000. We've assisted. Usually, it's about 2,000 to 2,500 people every year, and this year it's on track to maintain that. 671 lives saved last year and 404 this year. And the helicopter missions, you can see how active it is. 859 missions flown last year, and so far this year 570. And the pollution response, or pollution reports, we had 83 last year and up to 60 this year. In terms of the helicopter as well, it's not just a search and rescue asset; it's an asset for helicopter emergency medical service as well. So it's essentially what you call air ambulance. If it's not going to impinge the search and rescue capability, and we will also sometimes send it out for pollution monitoring as well. Again, just to reiterate, it's a bit clear here because it's away from behind the podium, but you can see that the red line there, which is our search and rescue region, it's very close to the coastline, and on both the northwest and on the east and the southeast coasts, where you can see where our Rescue Coordination Centre in Malin is based as well, is right up on the border. So any radio messages that come through from anywhere along the Scottish west coast or in between the channel between Ireland and Scotland, they're going to get received by Malin. But then they may only get received by Malin as well because of the dark arts that is radio communications. So they might be the only ones who receive that message, and they'll have to take action. Over in the east coast, it's not very clear there, but Dublin MRCC, it will get anything that's on the IRC, anything that's happening in the IRC, it will hear it, and it will, it again will have an obligation to take some sort of action. And our assets on the east coast as well are, they're all going to be facing the IRC for any incident that might be happening outside of that red or green line that constitutes our set area of operations. I just to have a kind of, I suppose, explain a little bit more about what I was talking about in the last chart. That's our geographic spread of incidents. So you can see that we have responded and will continue to respond to incidents all the way outside of our area of operations. These ones out in the northwest approaches to Ireland, they're outside our region, but we respond to those. If you look at Carlingford Lough here again, anybody who could actually tell me where the actual border is there, I'd appreciate it. But it's very hard to you're not going to not respond because it's not within that red line. So you can see that we have a lot of activity that's going back and forth across a lot of search and rescue and pollution response activities is going back and forth across those areas. In a lot of cases, an incident might start on the other side and drift down to your side. So you can't just switch on and off your response because it's crossed over an imaginary red line that nobody can see when they're out there anyway. So how do we manage the transboundary issue? So as I explained, the National SAR Plan, which was published in 2019, that gives us our overall governance and oversight framework for the SAR system in Ireland. It requires us to have system assurance mechanisms in there as well. It doesn't tell us what they are, but it requires operators in search and rescue to have those to have some sort of SAR assurance or system assurance within their own operations. Section 1.6 looks at governance and oversight, and a key part of that will be international oversight of states. So ICAO and IMO, the Civil Aviation Organization, and the International Maritime Organization, they do audits of nation states, looking at SAR in particular, looking at all sort of coastal management and aviation management, and they would look at SAR in particular. So we're able to get a little bit of oversight that somebody is looking at these areas, and we can get the results of those as well if we need to. And we have service in Section 1.9 of the SAR plan talks about system assurance. And essentially, it requires us to have service level agreements with our SAR providers. The service level agreements are very important for us. It's how we understand what somebody says they can do, what they understand what we say we can do, and how we talk to each other, and how we manage that relationship. Again, it coming back to the point earlier about the us facilitating what's going to happen. There's an obligation on seafarers to help respond to maritime incidents, to help respond to distress incidents. They're going to do it anyway, and there's local groups long before the Coast Guard, which is only really established in the 90s. Long before the Coast Guard was there was local groups who were responding to marine emergencies. The RNLI as well respond to marine emergencies. They're going to be doing it, and it's about understanding what we expect them to do and how they're going to do it safely, and embed some sort of continual improvement into that system. So specifically for us, we're lucky. We have one neighbour for search and rescue and for pollution response, and that's the UK. Some European countries in the UK even would have many neighbours, and they have complicated relationships about how that's managed. We only have one, which is quite good. We have a service level agreement with them. Again, it covers SAR, it covers maritime salvage, intervention, powers of intervention, and counter pollution. And that means both of us are very clear about how things happen, or how things are supposed to happen, and how things are going to happen. We're also both parties to the Bond Agreement, which is an international agreement that basically pools resources for pollution response and promotes best practice in pollution response. We operate we operate very closely together on cross-boundary incident management. The international standard for that is that there's lots of conventions, lots of manuals that are international agreements similar to SOLAS, as Rowan talked about, which set out how you're supposed to manage incidents that are across boundaries. So the international standard is the first person who answers a call takes the lead in response, and then that person then will try and contact, if it's outside their area, they'll try and contact the authority that has the jurisdiction, and they'll agree on who takes the lead. What it means is that there's direct communications between the coordinators. So if we go back to something that happens off the northwest coast, might be outside our technical search and rescue region, if we answer the call, we'll advise Belfast Coast Guard, who actually have jurisdiction, we'll advise them that we've received a call, and we'll agree who's going to take the lead. Generally, it's us because it's common sense and it's closest to our assets and it's closest to our coastline. But there is an agreement, and it's a logged agreement about who's the lead agency. We share resources as well. So our assets that are on the Irish side of the boundary, they can equally go over to assist in search and rescue or counter pollution on the UK side of the boundary, and vice versa. And it happens quite a bit. In particular, the helicopters. There's no UK Coast Guard helicopter in Northern Ireland. We have 4 of them in Ireland. So the Sligo-based helicopter and the Dublin-based helicopter are frequently going across that boundary to assist with search and rescue, or to assist with if there's a major incident that requires medical assistance. We're facilitating that. We're providing the resources. It gets might get a little bit complicated with the helicopters or the medical assistance, because then it's the NHS talking to the Irish Health Service Executive. But again, that's just facilitated, and there's agreements in place that we know how that's going to be managed. There's regular engagement as well behind all that sort of operational piece, but the piece that happens when the incident commences. There is regular engagement. So there's an established working group called the Irish Sea Working Group. The Irish and UK sides come together, look at different incidents, how they've been managed, look at how the system is working, undertake little pieces of research and work on making sure that the system can improve. We've bi-monthly meetings, which are more operational, again, with the UK Coast Guard, and we share training courses. So we have a very good understanding of how each side works, but also we're using those shared training courses to see is there something we can do better that the UK are doing, and likewise that they can see what we're doing. And we're also observers in the Anglo-French working group. Again, just to find out, just to understand better how the UK Coast Guard respond, and to learn some lessons. And we have, more recently, we've been looking at incident lessons learned exercises. So in particular in the UK, they would deal with much more traffic than we do in Ireland. They deal with more incidents, more serious incidents. We haven't, I'm not going to say it, but we would use their experiences to learn how to improve our response. And it's a very important piece of how we're going to make sure that we're ready for the next major incident that happens, because invariably it will happen. And that's been a very positive piece of the relationship in the last few years. And what's the results for all this? I suppose the biggest thing is that there's certainty for coordinators and for SAR operators. So the coordinators in the rescue coordination centres, they know how to respond if there's a transboundary incident. They know how to manage it, and they are pretty certain that if it happens in an area, they're going to be the one taking the lead. And that is important, so that they're not worried about the transboundary issues. They can continue with coordinating the response. And SAR operators as well, they understand that they may be required to cross boundaries. They understand how that's going to happen, and they understand who they're going to be taking their coordination from. As I said, relatively seamless coordination across boundaries. We're almost a common area for search and rescue. Like I said, the Dublin-based Coast Guard helicopter has been tasked at times to go over to incidents in the UK if it's the only air asset that's available. But that means that the system is improved. The system is it's much more robust, and there's much more resilience in it. And there's just, I suppose, overall a better SAR and counter pollution system. And the important thing about that is that the end results for those who are in distress or for pollution incidents should be much improved, and that's and that there's a overall safety for overall improvement in safety for people operating on the waters, and again, better protection for the environment and better counter pollution measures in place. That's my whistle-stop tour of the Coast Guard and Transboundary.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I'm going to just ask Kevin and Ronan just to come up, and we'll get the Slido up in a second. I think the thing that you heard there was the culture. well, the thing that struck me, I suppose, and everybody will have taken something else from it, but you know, the culture of going beyond the boundaries for the safety of people, and you know, the idea of, you know, hearing those things from beyond your boundaries and acting on them, because you might be the only person to hear that radio signal or that call. I just struck me there, Kevin, when I was listening to you. I spent time working in the health service as well, and one of the things that I used to struggle with when I started doing European cases on cross-border emergency cooperation, for example, was, what, you know, like we've had these cooperation agreements for, you know, emergency response and emergency health cooperation in place for like decades and decades and decades in Ireland, north and south. And so what I was really thinking was what some of these other border regions that Martin talked about earlier, where people were literally stuck in the middle of COVID, unable to transfer patients across the border because they had two different legal systems and they hadn't got the agreement in place. And I just suddenly, I used to think, well, you know, what is the problem here? And I've just realised maybe because we're surrounded by water, and we've got all of that influence of all of that sort of coastal transboundary cooperation, like that's really, really, you know, within us as well, and sort of kind of in our DNA. Maybe that's why we're so good at those sort of cross-border agreements, because we are surrounded by water, and that's been a huge influence on how we do our emergency cooperation and how we actually respond to things. So thank you for that insight. I'm going to go to the questions again, where sorry, I have to turn my back on the audience here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. Okay, so I'm going to go to the bottom one here first, and then we'll come and then maybe ask Kevin and Ronan to comment on the other two. So I'm going to ask you first, both, in the vein of a whole island navigational safety, could a whole island set of environmental legislation and efforts to combat damage caused by climate change? I presume the question there is there, could a whole island set of environmental legislation aid efforts to combat damage caused by climate change? So this is sort of the pollution piece, I'm guessing. So the question is, if we had a set of legislation for the whole island, would it assist with combating damage caused by climate change? It's more of an environmental regulation thing. In terms of your reporting on, you know, pollution incidents and things like that.
I can't say I don't know, can I? I can't say I don't know. I mean, I think it's the legislation across the UK and Ireland is very similar. It is governed by international requirements, particularly maritime requirements around MARPOL and other conventions, but I think it's very similar anyway. I don't think there's huge divergence. The principles, the international principles of pollution response are kind of similar, so I'm not sure there's a need for specific joint legislation.
Okay, Ronan?
Yeah, I'd agree. I think, I suppose from our perspective, the safety of navigation legislation is a UK competence, so it sits, I suppose, at the DFT level in the UK government, and but it operates effectively to the same standards as all international standards. So there's no real benefit to making it an all-island piece of legislation from the safety and navigation perspective. Now, environmental may be different, but that's something that we're not directly involved in from that perspective.
Okay, another comments come up here. It's a shame there isn't the same level of transboundary cooperation for research, boat access in both jurisdictions. That's probably one that could be taken offline, and also maybe involves a few other agencies involved in the marine research area. Could you just keep it where it is, please, for a second? Can we scroll down? So the bottom one, port and coast waters have navigation problems outside channels. Okay, we've got the oyster farms coming up as well. And can we scroll on down? Again, some of these are going to be questions that I think the scientists will be able to respond on this afternoon as well. I suppose the question here might be, Kevin, do you want to pick oil spill or increasing levels of sea users and resourcing?
think probably be able to do two quick
Okay.
enough. The oil spill or chemical spill on land, we would be monitoring how that's playing out essentially, and we'd work with whatever the local authorities, like local authorities have primary responsibility for that. We'll come in if we have national stockpiles to come in if there's something that's starting to require larger resources. So yes and no. It's primarily we're on just the initial responders, but if it starts requiring assistance, we will step in. And the second one, no, the RNLI are very advanced on looking at activity around the coast and where they what type of assets, the mix of assets they have, where the assets are positioned, and they look at activity, marine activity. We'd be something similar, maybe not as structured as them, but we do look at activity around the coast. We do have reviews of particularly when it comes to pollution, reviews of activity in ports and how the nature of activity is changing. So yeah, we do have that. We do base the projection of resource requirements on those studies.
Okay, that's yeah, I think I'm just even thinking back to what you said during your presentation, something like more than 800 helicopter missions flown. I mean, that's quite a few a day.
Yeah, so yeah. That's one area where a lot of work went into ahead of the contract specification for the current contract. So they're looking at the type of missions, the mixture missions, what other state agencies wanted access or could request access to that service.
Sure. Ronan, there's one question here, and then I'm going to ask you both sort of a final question, and so we can close for lunch, because I know I can feel people's stomachs rumbling, and it's been quite a long morning, but this is a really refreshing way to end it, I think. Do you collect biodiversity information off the buoys when you're cleaning them?
We have done on a trial basis. We don't do it routinely. We have a specialist scientist embarked on our vessel, and we're very much open to doing that again in the future. It is dependent on the weather conditions and the ability of the vessel to stay in a location, because when you're operating with the buoy, you're in what's called dynamic positioning mode, so the vessel has to stay fixed to that spot. So we have a limited time to do that, and the longer we stay there, the less safe it becomes effectively to operate. So we do have a time imperative that we need to get the work done reasonably quickly, but we're open to finding methods of collecting that biodiversity information.
Or even sampling and giving them to somebody else. I suspect there's somebody in the room who thinks there might be further collaboration on that possible, so I'll let you find each other at lunchtime. In terms of, I suppose, the work that you guys do respectively in your agencies, and you know what we're talking about here, which is that sort of fairly fluid and seamless collaboration in your world, are there any one or two things that you would like to see being done on either a north-south or an east-west basis that would make your work easier to do? Are there things that you would like to see, for example, politicians understanding and maybe putting on the agenda for discussion, either north-south or east-west or both?
Well, I suppose we have a fairly defined remit in regards to provision-based navigation, so it's not really our purpose to set political policy. But I suppose one of the things you mentioned earlier was that the resilience of the relationships which have existed over hundreds of years have allowed us to weather the shocks which have emerged. And I suppose the most recent shock in terms of the provision-based navigation has been Brexit. And obviously the impact of COVID, but that was managed internally. But Brexit has kind of fundamentally changed things in how we were able to jointly procure in particular, because we all require the same equipment. We all require similar types of vessels. We all require access to shared contracts for helicopters, etc. So we found mechanisms around that on a bilateral basis between the UK government and the Irish government, and they've been very successful. They've been very well supported by those governments, and we're happy for those instruments to continue.
Right. So that bilateralism post-Brexit is hugely important for things running efficiently and smoothly. And Kevin, anything? If you had one thing.
What he said. No, but, I mean, genuinely, the system works very well because it's very practical. If we have any operation issues, we've very open lines of communication, and they do get activated if there's something we need to clarify. I don't think there's, I think the more you think about it, as coming back to it, the agreements we have facilitate what's going to happen, and make sure that we can stand over it and that somewhat there's a level of assurance there. It's going to happen, so we just let it go. And I think generally, I think there's been a much more awareness of marine activity in the last few years, and what the Coast Guard and other maritime safety agencies do. So I think that's welcome.
Okay, great. Well, can I thank you both very much for coming, for preparing, and for speaking, and for being with us today. And can I ask you all just to show your appreciation for Kevin Ronan? Thank you. Thanks, guys. And I'm going to just hand back to Louise now, and I'm going to go and lie down somewhere.
Thanks very much indeed, Katrina, and thank you to all of our speakers this morning. I think a very clear message that these connections are being built through collaboration that's constantly improving and evolving, and the Loughs Agency is playing its part in that. And this is all underpinned by, crucially, as was mentioned earlier, the systems, of course. I'm sure you've plenty more to talk about. There's evidence in the slider there of lots of thoughts that people have had. I'm not going to hold you back from your lunch, though. Do enjoy your lunch. Do explore the exhibitors that are in the foyer and out to the marine machine in the car park as well. And we'll see you back here at 2:15. We'll take a little extra time now for lunch. So see you back at 2:15. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats and we'll start our afternoon session. Many thanks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back after lunch. Hope you all had a chance to have some refreshments, to share your thoughts with each other, do a little bit of networking, because of course that's a big part of today as well, and to explore the exhibitions outside too. I think we can all agree it's been a very insightful and inspiring morning, very informative as well. And we have another discussion now this afternoon with a panel to making some presentations. And our second session of the day focuses on collaborative ecosystem management. Now, this session will be moderated by Dr. Sarah McLean, who's Head of Science at the Loughs Agency. Sarah leads on the agency's scientific delivery, creating that robust evidence base which underpins policy decisions and environmental management. Her passion lies with invasive species, applied fisheries science, and aquatic habitat restoration. No better person than to moderate this particular theme, I'm sure you'll agree. Our first speaker for the panel will be Dr. Kofi Ansong, a visiting scholar at the Department of Geography and Planning at University of Liverpool, who's also a senior consultant at Howell Marine Consulting. He'll be followed by Dr. Steve Wilkinson of the Joint Nature Conservation Committee, a name I'm sure is not strange to any of you at all. Now, after their presentations, we'll have a panel discussion, and there'll be additional input in that panel as well from Professor Francis Lucy from the Atlantic Technological University, and Robert Lennox from Ocean Tracking Network, and Hugh Edwards from the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. He's part of their Marine and Fisheries Division. Just to remind you again, do keep your thoughts and your questions coming on Slido. Later on, we'll also have a roving mic, so if you just are feeling a little not technological today, and I totally understand how we don't trust it all the time, you can get the mic to you as well if you have a burning question or issue that you'd like to raise. But for now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Sarah McLean to the stage. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm not Steve. I'm really excited to moderate this session and to open the discussion and hopefully some really good conversation on transboundary aquatic ecosystem management. In my mind, this is an opportunity for us to showcase what is possible, but it's also a time for us to acknowledge the things that we don't know and the things that we need to learn. These conversations are so important in today's society as we try to find ways to mitigate the twin threats of the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis, and to find ways, sustainable ways, to effectively use our aquatic spaces and resources. This work requires us to work collaboratively to safeguard our waters, because the lines that we draw on maps are a human construct. We have seen today so many maps and so many lines. We've even seen lines drawn around the areas where we work in collaboration. We've even seen transboundary lines. And those are great, we can't get away from them, but the natural world doesn't recognize those lines. As I am constantly saying, and as the staff that are on my team are constantly hear me saying, ecosystems do not end at jurisdictional boundaries. Our speakers that we have today are all experts in these considerations, and they play pivotal roles in ensuring that we are working towards sustainable management of our aquatic ecosystems. They're also really passionate people, so I'm going to do my best to keep the conversation like that we're not here at 6 o'clock tonight. But I do want you to take advantage of the fact that they're here and that they've given up their time. So get on Slido, send them their questions, pick their brains, because they're all biologists and they absolutely love to talk about their topic areas. We're also going to have a roving mic this session, as Louise said. So again, if there's something you don't want to write down or it just comes to your mind when the panel is happening, then go for it. Because these are such passionate people, both of our presenters today are speaking at other conferences as well. So our first speaker, Kofi, spoke at a conference in England this morning, and Steve is currently speaking online at another conference, which is why I am fluffing for time here. We really appreciate them being here, but I think actually it's testimony to how important this topic area is that they have given up their time, and we're the people that they're actually with, not the ones that they're joining virtually. So without further ado, our first speaker is Dr. Kofi Ansong. I hope Kofi doesn't mind, you're getting a very slight preamble introduction, because I first met Kofi when he was working on his PhD, and he called me cold and asked me, what are the challenges in working in transboundary waters in Foyle and Carlingford? And I spoke without drawing breath for 25 minutes. But apparently that didn't put Kofi off, because his career since then has focused on critically examining the challenges and opportunities for transboundary marine planning and management, as well as its technical development. His work has brought together scientists, policymakers, regulators, and industry to find solutions that deliver on the blue economy, nature-based approaches, ocean multi-use options, and effective transboundary marine governance. So please put your hands together for Dr. Kofi Ansong.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a quick one, just to see if this is working. So my name is Kofi Ansong, and I work for Howell Marine Consulting. So Howell Marine Consulting is based in England. We do a lot of work on marine policy, so ranging from marine licensing, marine net gain, to marine planning, and my background is mainly in marine planning. I also work as a researcher, visiting researcher at the University of Liverpool. But what I'm going to talk to you about today is not about any of the projects that I'm doing with any of this institution. I'm going to talk to you about my PhD research, as Sarah already talked about, that I did with the University of Ulster. So in my PhD research, I was looking at cross-border marine spatial planning. That's what I was looking at. And I think it was quite, around that time, it was just around COVID time, that's when I spoke to Sarah online, yeah. So it was just around that time where I was gathering a lot of perspective from stakeholders about what they think cross-border MSP is. And before I start, just to note that marine spatial planning is a national competence. It's a national competence. There's no way that you can get away from it. But then again, that raises some opportunities. And over there too as well, there are some challenges in terms of how do you bring two planning systems together. And the key over here is that you don't want to have the same planning system. Sometimes it doesn't happen, but how do you look across and do that kind of balancing act to ensure that processes align and ensure that when you are managing such unique ecosystems, how do you ensure that whatever planning decisions that you are making, they are aligned enough to ensure that they are protected, they are restored, and especially if you're thinking about resources, how are you planning for them properly, and looking at the future use in terms of looking at the future, what should be coming up. And I think that's where there is that opportunity for marine planning to play that key role in terms of setting the direction for the use of marine areas and the use of also freshwater areas as well, which is something that we can talk about. So just to start off, just to give a bit of a background in terms of some of the current discussion when it comes to marine spatial planning, and especially when it comes to cross-border MSP. There's been a lot of critique from authors about what marine planning can do and what it cannot do. And especially when it comes to borders, when it comes to cross-border MSP, there's been some conversations about it. Again, one of the issues is that it seems MSP is stuck with the London models of demarcation. That's what has been talked about. And again, it's just stemming from the fact that marine planning started from terrestrial planning. And the critique over here is that the ocean, if you're looking at the marine area, if you're looking at water, is quite mobile, it's flexible, and I think people are advocating for a bit more flexible approach to planning, which probably currently does not exist so much in MSP. The key over here is that you want to ensure that all the issues that you are dealing with is addressed. So if you're looking at climate change, these are issues that might shift habitat and might shift species as well. Again, there's also a critique that MSP is burdened with territoriality, and in this sense, it kind of encourages the kind of the nation-state approach, whereby every country is looking within their country without really thinking about the cross-border aspect of it. What's your neighbor doing? How do we align with them? How do you ensure that we are harmonizing approaches? I think that's also key. If you look at some of the transboundary marine-related institutions, it seems there's a number of them with very different drivers, with very different goals that they are looking at. And there's a critique that kind of creates a contradictory arrangement for what boundaryness might mean, especially if you're looking at the same marine border. So there is that need to think across and see how these border agencies are working and how do we align all of them together. So that leads to two key questions that I was probably asking during my PhD research. One of it is, how do practices of MSP factor in contested borders? Do they factor in at all? Yes or no could be. That was one of the questions. Can MSP address spatial conflicts in contested marine areas in cross-border? Does it have that kind of flexibility, that opportunity to address these spatial conflicts? So I was just asking these questions, and that led me to two case studies. So one of the case studies that I picked was in the Pomeranian Bay. So the Pomeranian Bay is in the Baltic Sea, so that's between Germany and Poland. And the reason why I picked that case study was because the German plan was quite advanced. Around that time, I think they were already doing their second generation of plans. The Polish plan as well, which came out in 2021. So you could look at that area and see that they had a matured MSP process in place to start thinking about, okay, you have this matured process in place, how did you deal with border issues? How was cross-border MSP considered? How was your cross-border consultation organized? And how did it inform such a unique ecosystem if you're talking about the Pomeranian Bay? Then the other case study that I was looking at was on the island of Ireland, which was the cross-border locks, Carlingford Lock and Loch Foyle. So in the next slides, I'm going to first get into the Pomeranian Bay case, which is between Germany and Poland, and maybe give a bit of an overview about the contested border, how it came about, then maybe to show you some of their plans that they have, their approach to planning, and how they addressed issues related to the contested border. So this is the Pomeranian Bay, the map showing the Pomeranian Bay, and it's between Germany and Poland, as I already said. And basically, the contested border is the area that is shown over there in hashed lines in the middle. So it's quite a small area. It's quite a small area. I think it's just about 230 kilometers squared. But it's mainly the northern approach to, there are two ports on the Polish side, so the port of Świnoujście and the port of Szczecin. So there are two ports on that side, and that's the northern approach to it. So in that area, you find a lot of anchorages there for shipping vessels that are coming in. So the question for the German side, they lay claim to that area based on the Frankfurt order. Now, through the historical process, that they had to agree on the land border. I think what happened was that there was the Lake of Vegas was added to the Polish side, so that meant that the land border had to be adjusted a bit to the German side, and they were asking for compensation when it came to the marine area. And in this case, they couldn't really use the median line principles according to the UNCLOS because it had changed a bit. So that order kind of said this is a unique situation that you could not use the median line to address this issue. Now, the Polish side laying claim to that area based on the UNCLOS, Article 12. So Article 12 talks about the roadstead and the fact that if there's an anchorage area close to the territorial area, you can claim it as part of your territorial area. So that's what the Polish side are saying, that that area should be part of their territorial seas. So they lay claim to it based on the history. Again, this is a border area that has changed over time during the World War I and also World War II. But the basic reason behind this and the conclusion of it was that how were these border issues addressed within their marine spatial planning process? Was they considered at all? How was they addressed, and what was the approach that they used for it? So I'll just quickly give you an overview about when it comes to cross-border or transboundary MSP, an overview about how it is like in the Pomeranian Bay and also the Baltic Sea. So in the Baltic Sea, they have HELCOM-VASAB, and they have a working group that's actually on MSP. HELCOM-VASAB is an interministerial group. It's an interministerial group that combines both planning and also the environmental remit as well. So there's an MSP working group on it that covers the whole Baltic Sea region, and they have representatives from all the countries on that group. Again, they've had a long history of transboundary MSP projects in the region, so they've had time to explore through these projects through voluntary approaches to think about transboundary approach, and that some of these plans actually covered the Pomeranian Bay. Again, there's the German-Polish Spatial Planning Committee that has been established, and that's more of a terrestrial planning committee, but recently there's been a committee as well on marine spatial planning where they are looking at how they link the terrestrial process to marine planning as well. Again, as I said, some of the German plans were some of the first ones worldwide to come out around 2016. Again, they had their second generation plan in 2021, and the Polish MSP came out in 2021. It was published in 2021. When you look at both plans, there is a strong similarity in terms of the planning philosophy or the approach that they use, being that they all use a quieter zoning approach, which is quite different from the UK and in Ireland, where it's more of a policy-based approach. So you might say even the German plan is a bit more regulatory in terms of how the plan is set up than even the Polish plan, but they all use a zoning approach where they specify which uses are prohibited in a particular space and which uses are allowed in a particular space as well. Again, what's important here when we are talking about cross-border MSP and border issues is about the fact that how was this represented, what was the discussion around it, how did they deal with a lot of the spatial issue. And in this case, there was opposing kind of representation of this border or the way of addressing it because the Polish approach chose to go for an approach whereby they said we are going to designate certain uses for that area, whilst the German approach didn't do that. Again, there are other sectoral conflicts that's happening within the contested area. There are issues about the Polish side getting access to the ports, and especially dredging the northern approach where it's contested. On the German side, there are Natura 2000 sites, so if the Polish side want to dredge, there are issues when it comes to dredging in Natura 2000 sites and what they can do within these sites. Again, on the German side, that's where they have their military use zones, training areas as well. So there are issues about what you can do in such zones and close to these areas. Again, from just looking at the history, there's been instances whereby there's been exclusion from use of these areas. There's been issues whereby German Navy shipping vessels have stopped some of the Polish, the vessels going to the Polish ports. There's been ramming of small boats in the area as well. So it brings up that discussion about territorial traps, and if such issues are not addressed, how it leads to certain tensions within these areas. This is the German plan, the EEZ plan for the Baltic Sea. So they have the Baltic Sea and they have the North Sea as well. As you can see, they have a very zoning approach whereby they set the priorities areas most of the time for offshore wind, areas that are reserved most times for MPAs, and also areas that certain uses take prioritization over other uses. Just to show quickly also the Polish plan. This is the Polish plan, and they also use a very much zoning approach, as you can see. So the whole area is zoned out, and I think they had about 200 planning units in there. So within these planning units, there are certain management measures on which uses are allowed and locational requirements within these planning areas. But I think what I really wanted to show was about how they dealt with the border. If you look at the contested area over there that's shaded, you see that the German plan did not really make any designation for the contested area. If you come down here, probably it's down here, so you might not be able to see it. Well, just behind me, there was an allocation for the space, which was more of a shipping and a port use, that the German plan actually said that's the area that we think that use should be used for. Again, the challenge over here is that in the beginning, the discussion was just to leave it blank without really addressing the use happening in that area. But I think, speaking to the Polish colleagues, the government thought it wise to really come back to it and establish the fact that that area belongs to Poland, although there wasn't any agreement between both governments. So just to show you and quickly move on to what's happening when you're looking at Loch Foyle and also Carlingford Loch. So I think we know the history behind these two areas already, so I'm not going to go through it again. But again, the GFA did not really set out the maritime border when it comes to Loch Foyle and Carlingford Loch, and these two areas are still, the ownership of these two areas are still contested. But just to step back a bit and look at also the planning approach, we all know that there is already the NMPF that came out, but just looking at the wider island of Ireland, and especially how cross-border institutions are set out, again, you could say that a lot of the cross-border bodies and transboundary institutions are not really set up with MSP in mind. There might be some environmental remit over there, but having a body that's cross-border or transnational that's really looking at MSP issues, there's not necessarily that kind of a group from, especially if you're looking at it from a ministerial level. Again, if you look at the plans, a lot of the transboundary activities that could have been mapped out were not, in some cases, were not really considered in this case. What the plan says, especially the NMP, is that the fact that the jurisdictional issue in Carlingford Loch and Loch Foyle is still outstanding and unresolved, and I think that's what the plan talks about. Again, the key over here is that a lot of the activities happening within these areas were not mapped out, were not considered because of the contested issue, and I think that was a mixed opportunity in terms of having a more of a multi-sectoral approach for the cross-border locks and what's happening close to these areas, which could have been addressed. Again, there are wider sectorial and management issues in these areas. We can talk about some missed opportunities such as Project Kelvin. We can talk about the Tunis Plateau that couldn't go ahead, offshore wind farm that couldn't go ahead, the unregulated oyster trestles as well. There are issues with the Moville sewage treatment plant as well. So there are issues happening within the area that I think could benefit from a more strategic approach that probably cross-border MSP could present. Again, from a planning approach, the NMPF is already in place in 2021, and the draft Northern Ireland Marine Plan came out in 2028 and is now being updated. So just to quickly round up in terms of some of my thoughts about just going through these two different case studies. So there are two things that you realize in terms of the approach that was used. One was, and I think the question that I was asking myself is cross-border MSP a planet's dream? Is it just a dream, or is it something that could actually happen? Is it necessary? Do we have other priorities to really consider more than cross-border MSP? Again, when you are talking about cross-border MSP, you have to think about a lot of the legacy issues, geopolitics that's happening around it, that is informing what you can do in certain areas. But you could see two different approaches that was being applied if you're looking at the Pomeranian Bay case and also the Island of Ireland case. One is more of a discretionary approach. If you look at the plans both in Northern Ireland and in the Republic, you can see that most of these plans are more of a flexible plans. They are policy plans, probably a bit more or less technical, but really rarely addresses the spatial aspects that you might be looking at when it comes to planning. And in this case, that also influenced a lot of addressing spatial conflict in contested areas, where these areas are just grayed out and no issues are addressed in such an area. If you look at the policy plan, probably they were a bit more bold in terms of setting the use that they want to happen in this contested area. But then again, if you look at that process, I think a lot of the people on the German side were a bit more aggrieved in terms of the agreement on what could happen in such an area. But it was more of a holding a long-stand legacy on the contested border to say that it belongs to Poland. And I think sometimes that can create tensions between planners and what can happen in such an area. So both approaches, when you look at it, does not really give you that kind of participatory approach in terms of that approach that sets a planning process that's agreed upon to address certain issues over there. Not necessarily, it doesn't do that. So the question that comes up normally is then, how do we move forward then? What's the best approach to take, and what could be some of the recommendations, especially if you're looking at cross-border, effective cross-border MSP? How should that happen? What's the next step that you can use to ensure that cross-border MSP can happen? And basically, I think there is a need for transparency in planning, transparency when it comes about border issues and what's happening around it that people want to know about. And I think that's key in terms of that kind of communication across border in terms of what's happening. I think that's really, really important. I think another level of probably the next steps or recommendation would be about the regional marine plans and also some of the local plans. So there are already plans in place that set very high level objectives and approach in terms of what the future would look like. But I think in order to take it a step further would be some of the regional plans that needs to be put in place. I think that presents the opportunity to look at certain localized places, look at ecosystems and really unique ecosystems, and really think about what's the next phase, what are we doing, what's the vision here, how do we set up a multi-sector approach that's not too focused on only one sector, but across all the sectors in terms of the future of this area. And I think that would be a key next steps when you are looking at local marine spatial plans and some of the regional marine spatial plans, because over there you can address certain specific issues within that area. I think there's also the need for adaptive learning, and I think if you look at the Baltic Sea and what's happening there, that has come through very strongly. You can have some of these voluntary projects, but how are these projects informing the formal or statutory MSP process? And you look around a lot of these projects, and you can see that a lot of them are not really informing the statutory planning process, although there is good knowledge that's being built up in these projects, but I think there's a need to transition them into formal planning process, to inform formal planning process. It's good to have these projects because it gives you the flexibility to explore planning options without the restriction of going through a statutory process. But I think it's always important that we think about a way of using this knowledge that has been built up to inform formal planning process as well. There's the need for resourcing. I don't think there is a best approach to do cross-border MSP or planning, but I think what's key is that kind of dialogue, that kind of engagement across border. I think that needs to be going from time to time, almost every time that needs to be going on, and I think there's that key for having resourcing and that capacity to do that, to understand the planning process in different regions and align them. I think that's really, really key because we all don't need to have the same planning process, as I said. It's just about aligning process. If it's about data collection, evidence that you are collecting, how do we align these processes to ensure that we are not duplicating effort? I think that's important. Again, there are issues about cross-border engagement, which becomes really, really difficult. So how does someone, a local, that stays in maybe Donegal gets engaged in the Northern Irish process? That's difficult because you cannot engage directly in such a process unless it's going through the competent authority in your region. So I think that's a difficult conversation to have. But if you're looking at such localized areas, you have people that are interested in the area from both sides of the border. So we need to think about how we structure cross-border engagement to ensure that marine users are involved in the other planning process as well. They can have a way of speaking to the planner in Northern Ireland or in the Republic and get their concerns heard as well. There was a good case from the Pomeranian Bay where there's an island called Usedom that's very close to the border, and there's a port expansion that's happening in the port of Suinusia, and they can't get engaged in the Polish planning process and even speak about their concerns. And on the island of Usedom, that's an area that's prime for tourism. So that we need to think about an approach whereby we're able to bring people together to have their concerns heard. Probably an approach would be maybe an online consultation hub that runs across both borders. I think that could be an approach to addressing some of these cross-border issues. And just probably last but not the least, I think there's the need for different levels of engagement, probably a bit related to what I was talking about. I think it's important that politicians have that kind of forum to be able to engage with each other. Ministers are able to engage with each other. I think planners would also want to engage with each other. And I think when you're looking at even local authorities, they would want to also engage with each other. And I think we should create that space, that kind of platform for them to be able to come together and speak to each other, especially if we're talking about cross-border MSP. This is just a quick run through, but a lot of the research that we did has been published in some of these publications. So if you want more information, I think there is a lot more information about the history of these areas, what's happening specifically in terms of their planning process. The first paper kind of does the kind of comparative analysis between the Pomeranian Bay and the island of Ireland. The second paper talks a bit more, it gathers stakeholders' perspective. So I went through a process where I was speaking to a lot of people on the island of Ireland. Probably a lot of them are in this room as well. So we were able to gather some of the outputs out of these interviews into a paper, which is the second one. Then the last one is more of probably a theoretical paper. Yeah, if you like your theories, maybe that would be for you. But a lot of all the information that I'm talking about are in these papers. And yeah, just to say thank you so much for the attention. And yeah, looking forward to the next phase of questions where we discuss what I presented. Thank you.
Thank you to Kofi for that really interesting presentation. I think boiling it down to what we all know is that it's a very complex issue. There aren't easy answers, but it is something that we need to get our heads around because we all know that marine spatial planning is going to become increasingly more important in the waters around the island of Ireland in the coming years. I thought for me, I was sitting taking notes, I think it's actually quite nice to consider the opportunities as well as the challenges. For those of us in the room who find ourselves constantly working in the precautionary approach, sometimes we find it difficult to acknowledge the potential opportunity. And the other thing that I would really like to hopefully bring out in the breakout groups tomorrow or in the panel discussion today, so if you can better frame a question around it than I can, this consideration of what the management drivers are when it comes to marine spatial planning, I think is something that's really important. We're all very used to having our own pet projects, but actually understanding the management drivers is a really important point. So you'll all be glad to know, but not as glad as me, to know that Dr. Steve Wilkinson is back in the room. He's going to be our next speaker. He's widely in demand, as you can tell. Steve is from the Joint Nature Conservation Committee, and he's the Director of Ecosystem Evidence and Advice with JNCC. He has over 20 years of experience in maximising the value and use of data and other evidence sources to support efficient decision-making regarding natural resource management. Steve provides strategic advice to the JNCC and leads on internal governance groups. He specifically oversees and directs JNCC's UK-funded non-marine work by maintaining an overview of strategies and priorities across the 4 UK countries and identifying opportunities for cross-border working. And I'm also at pains to say he's one of us because he's from Newton Abbey. Over to Steve.
Thanks, Sarah. And yeah, I wish I was in demand. It's just that they've all fallen at the same time today. So, so first of all, thanks for the introduction. Thanks also to the Loughs Agency for bringing me over. And hopefully there will be some useful material in this. And I'm sorry that Sarah didn't get her chance to do a little song and dance or something to fill in whatever gap we had. So, is this? Okay. So, just to give you a little bit of, I was sort of thinking about how best to pitch this presentation. Hopefully I've got this right. So I'm going to look a little bit, first of all, whenever we say the ecosystem approach, I'm going to just do a little bit of a kind of just leveling it in terms of what I mean by that, or I think what we mean when we're referring to that. I think I'm then going to look a bit at this challenge of how you move from global to national to local implementation. I think that really is the challenge in terms of how we actually land these things. And then I think, in terms of the cross-border angle here, there are a couple of things that will come out as I go through, but the critical bit I'm really emphasizing a lot these days is it's the learning, and it's the exchange of experience is the bit that really is the thing that you want to draw out in terms of this cross-border angle. So let's just look a little bit at the ecosystem approach. So there are a sort of broad set of societal benefits or challenges that we face at the moment. And I'm going to pick out quite a UK focus, or a kind of like a sort of global north perspective, I guess, really. We heard earlier today about kind of there are other broader societal issues like the inequality across the globe. But I think just looking at it from a sort of, you know, Great Britain and Ireland perspective, we've got climate change we've already heard a reasonable amount about today, and actually how we get a grip on that and try and sort of manage down the overall impact that is going to have. So that sort of net zero agenda is quite a big issue at the moment. The second thing is that the bit that I certainly took me a bit by surprise, I guess, was when people started talking about climate change and you thought, it's going to be a little bit warmer in the summer and a little bit wetter in the winter, and you kind of thought, is that really going to be that bad? And on average, that's what's happening, but the averages aren't the problem. The bit that we kind of got wrong almost in terms of the narrative around climate change at the start was it's the extremes that are the real problem. And I think what we're seeing is, you know, you are getting patches in the summer that are really, really dry. You are getting, you know, in the fens where I'm close to where I live now, they were still flooded at the end of June. And I think those kind of changes are actually the real problem that as a society that we're facing now. And I think, so that how we adapt to climate change is the real challenge. I think the next one we saw in spades during COVID, where suddenly the supermarket shelves were empty, and it showed us just how vulnerable we are to any kind of global shock in terms of, you know, and actually our whole food system is geared up around just in time. So it arrives just in time to be eaten, and it doesn't take very much to disrupt that. And I think this how we maintain food security and particularly how the impact of climate change and how we're adapting to that is impacting that food security. And then the last one is health. And I think certainly in the UK now, the cost of the National Health Service is just becoming phenomenal. And it's in the news this morning just about we need massive reform to be able to keep the whole thing going. So these are kind of a set of broad societal challenges. On top of that, we have dear old biodiversity, and I think we do see elements of that already. I think so. Whenever I was researching the Loughs Agency, you do have quite an interest in the fisheries that are here. So I think there is there is a biodiversity crisis happening at the same time as all these other crises. The interesting thing is that nature actually helps with all those other crises. And so I think if we look at the net zero agenda, actually nature, so be it peatland, trees, wetlands, are all very, very good at sequestering carbon. The carbon that we're all pumping up into the atmosphere at the moment ultimately came from those systems. So there's a piece about how we actually start amplifying those systems more to sort of start taking that carbon away. Adaptation, so in terms of actually dealing with things like flooding and drought, the natural environment is also very, very good at actually buffering that. So it is very good at sort of holding water in the landscape, be that in terms of protecting it from drought or protecting it from flooding. So rather than just hitting the ground and running straight into the river, you can actually act as a bit of a buffer. So it can help us actually start to address some of those problems that we're facing through adaptation. In terms of food security, again, moving back to more regenerative techniques, moving away. So the real risk that we have at the moment is where you've got big monocultures and something extreme happens in terms of climate, that monoculture is finished. And I think actually sort of reversing back to something that is a bit more regenerative, a bit more diverse, and actually we sort of find that actually improving soil health is one of those things that actually helps to buffer a lot of these things. And on the human health angle, it is actually about, a lot of this stuff now is people are kind of stuck to phones. And actually it's about kind of like getting back out and having the incentive to get back out and do things. So the whole kind of ecosystem approach, whenever people are talking about it, it is kind of saying, actually the natural environment does a lot of things, does a lot of good in terms of the crises and the problems that we've got on the books at the moment. It's not just about, as my wife might say, the little plants and animals. It is about the value and the benefits that it actually brings. And I think this is now becoming, it has been an agenda that has been rumbling around for, 20 or 30 years. It is now becoming much more front and center. And I think pieces of work like the Disruptor Review, where an economist actually looked at this whole thing and said the way we are running our economies at the moment is just decimating this sort of natural environment, is not a sustainable way to work. So I think we're beginning to see this sort of ecosystem approach being integrated into government policies and strategies. So at the very highest level, so you do have, we talked about some of the sort of legal binding pieces today in terms of the international end. There are a set of kind of agreements. So for some of the crises that we're looking at, climate change and nature particularly, there are agreements where countries get together and they say, right, okay, we're all going to try and move together to try and tackle these things. Because if we don't move all together, then actually one of us will sort of like carry on doing bad things and gain a benefit from that. So I think the high-level collaboration piece is all about creating these, or agreeing, we want to move as a sort of more global community towards something that is going to be better. And then, off the back of that, countries are expected to develop their own national plans as to how they are going to do that. And those are quite challenging now, and they obviously get more challenging whenever the money becomes tight. And I think there's a lot of opportunities there to sort of share that experience and learning. I think the other bit, and it was just touched on, I didn't hear all of the last talk, but we did talk about monitoring and evaluation. And I think the being able to sort of measure and demonstrate progress is also another really key bit, and having some degree of consistency across that in terms of making sure that everybody is sort of operating the same kind of way. The problem that you get into with all of this is that there are a really nice set of ideas, generally speaking, particularly in sort of Great Britain and Ireland, land is not, we don't have land sitting there just waiting for someone to come up with a bright idea in terms of what you do with it. And I think the map on the right there shows the sort of anticipated land use change in Northern Ireland between now and 2050. So, and it's a schematic. Someone did look at this map and kind of go, does that mean that all the peatland is going to be there? So this is not the actual where the land is going to change. This is just a schematic to give you some idea of the scale of change to meet the commitments that Northern Ireland has. That's the sort of scale of change that we're looking at. That's quite a challenge, and I think it's all around how do we actually balance the existing use of that land with some of these other benefits and some of these other commitments that we've made. And critically, in doing that, you're trying to not just kind of say, oh, we're going to grow less here and we're just going to sort of import it from somewhere else in the globe. So the UK already imports about half of what it consumes, and I think part of the job now needs to be how do we actually keep that as a sort of finite piece, you know, that actually we don't just simply gain the benefits that we want from the natural environment and shift the problem somewhere else in the world. So I think just talking a little bit about indicators and projections. So I'm kind of like a real fan of beginning to think about how are we going to make this work, and I think projections is going to be so being able to sort of think about how are we going to measure progress, and particularly how are we going to start thinking about how that progress, what we expect to happen as we invest. So this is just a fairly simple, well, it's simple but doesn't exist yet. But I think beginning to think about this is looking at flood risk across England, and you can imagine having some kind of an indicator that shows you something about either number of properties at a particular risk level of flooding, and that flood risk as we go forward in terms of the climate change projections that we have, that's going to get higher. So there is going to be an increased risk of flooding of homes. And I think what we want to be doing is that as we start looking forward, it's beginning to say, okay, so if we did this, so for example, if we started having a lot more wetlands, woodlands, trees, hedges to hold water more in the landscape, what impact do we think that's going to have on that flood risk indicator, and what are the other things that we can do alongside it? So I think this indicators piece becomes a really important bit, and I think it helps us to, you know, the more consistency that we have in those indicators, the more insight that we get in terms of how particular countries are doing and what's working well. So then you start coming on to the regional approach. So this is all quite high-level theoretical stuff. It starts becoming a bit more real whenever you start getting down a level. And I think, you know, particularly the way I see this working is you will start getting regional approaches. So you'll start getting a region for a country, beginning to think about, okay, so how am I actually going to deliver, how are we going to deliver these national targets? What sort of contribution can we make inside this region? And the key thing that we have there is it's very nice to turn up and kind of think, you know, if we were China, for example, we could just turn up and say, this land is going to be this, end of story, no debate. That's not what happens in sort of the Western societies that we have. So this is all about now taking those national commitments, national priorities, and thinking, okay, so how can we square those inside this region? What are the things that we can do here, and how would we go about it? And I think that becomes the sort of the regional kind of strategies. And I think, you know, increasingly it's kind of like thinking all the time, it's thinking about what is the investment that we need to put in, what's the strength of that investment, and how much of it's coming from government, because there's now more and more opportunities to start to look at industry as well as potential investors in the sort of change that we want to see. Multifunctionality is key. I'm going to come back to that in a second. So we've already seen that we can't fit all the stuff into the land that we have. And I think it is one of the ways to get around it is looking for multiple benefits. So whenever you do a land use change, that you're sort of emphasizing a lot of the benefits. So both biodiversity and flooding and carbon sequestration, for example. If you can change an area of land to something that meets all three commitments, that's really what you're going after. And I think there's a very strong role for evidence in this kind of space. and then engaging with landowners, which I think the ultimate landowners, they are the ones that you really have to convince in this and kind of test how happy they are, what the sort of other ways. And I think, again, the cross-border alignment and learning, I think, is going to be a really important angle in this. So you can imagine some of the evidence sources that you bring into the mix, more consistency across borders would be really useful. And then you get down to local, and I think this is, so your sort of regional strategy is still a theoretical piece. And I think it's kind of like whenever you actually get down to the local level and you're actually talking about spending money on farms or whatever it is. And I think, again, this is really where the insight starts kicking in. So what is it that works for landowners? What is driving their behaviours? What's driving their thinking? And how do you get over that? And I think the monitoring progress, again, becomes a really important thing, being able to demonstrate how well we are doing. And particularly, I think, in terms of this behavioural piece, and understanding that behavioural piece is going to be probably one of the most critical bits going forward. So I just want to touch a little bit, just to make it completely real. So if we start, I did a little bit of poking around on the Loughs Agency website. Riparian strips are kind of something that is quite big here, I would say. And I think, so these are basically strips of land next to the river that you basically try to sort of take back to a more natural state. A lot of the stuff that was on the website was kind of really focused on the fisheries in the river and the benefits of the riparian strips to that. Riparian strips are one of these things that actually, if I had a clean sheet of paper, I would just be maxing out in terms of the investment on these, because I think the benefits that you get, this sort of co-benefit, if you like, of kind of converting the area, a decent area of land next to the river, to a more natural state, you end up with, so you can get carbon being sequestered because you will have trees and things in there. You improve the stability of the bank, so basically the chances of the bank and the river being washed away. Flood mitigation, so actually being able to slow the flow of water, potentially inside the river, but certainly the water flowing into the river itself. The human health angle is kind of, you're basically creating a space. So in the place where I live at the moment, we live a stone's throw from the Neen, and there's a path that just goes, limitless miles along that river, and we use that path probably 3 or 4 times a day. I think the water quality, so it actually also, as our riparian strip, also acts as a nutrient stripper, so nutrients coming from the farmland around gets sort of stripped out of the water on its way into the river, so it improves the quality of water in the river. The habitat quality piece is one of the main reasons that you're investing here, and of course the biodiversity piece, which is the bit that from JNCC's perspective we really care about. So it's kind of, you can sort of see how those kind of land use changes, potentially inside the Loughs Agency, or the Loughs Agency areas, really hammering these out, but you're sort of emphasizing the benefits across a much broader range of opportunities. And I think, I was kind of thinking, wouldn't it be amazing to have a sort of walk along the foil that you can go from basically the sea to the source, that's crossing one of the most sort of well-known borders in certainly the 80s and 90s. So I think there is something there of actually how you're both creating a resource for local people to really sort of engage more with the natural environment and get that health benefit, but potentially also a kind of real tourism kind of attraction as well. So, hang on. My clicker has now stopped. Slightly worrying. Okay. I can't make this work. Okay, hang on, we're going again. So I think, so the cross-border insight, I'm basically saying there's a lot of stuff in this. This is not a done deal anywhere. It's not like I'm turning up here and kind of saying we should try this here. This is sort of the next generation of stuff that is coming. I think there's a lot about this that we don't know. We don't know how much difference some of these strips will actually make to the benefits that we hope to see. We don't know how landowners are going to respond. We don't know how we're going to encourage them. We don't know who is going to invest. We don't know how much money is going to come from the private sector. So we don't really know how this whole approach is going to work. But the bit that from JNTC's perspective we're really going after is having 4 countries at least having divergent approaches in this and learning the lessons across them is where we're really sort of positioning ourselves now. And I think the modelling piece particularly is how we, running that at broader scales, modelling works a lot better at those broader geographical scales. So quick summary. I think, so the sustainable use of the natural environment, so really emphasising the benefits that it's providing and trying to really manage those benefits, that is becoming a much more significant agenda now. We already have a set of commitments in that kind of space, and meeting those is going to be pretty challenging. And there's a lot, I think, that can be learned, both in terms of sharing the lessons across, but also I think in terms of this sort of whole what is working and what is not working. I think that is where the real sort of cross-border benefit is to be gained. So I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you very much, Steve. We're going to set up now for the panel discussion, but while we're getting chairs and things on the stage, I just wanted to say lots of food for thought, I think, in Steve's presentation about how we actually turn these highfalutin commitments into action. And it struck me about the number of layers and the timescales that are involved in getting from what is a commitment to action. And I know, Steve, you used it in a slightly different context, but you used a phrase about our whole systems being based around the just-in-times. And my concern is that this cannot be our approach to ecosystem conservation management in transboundary waters. We can't be working in the just-in-times. We gotta get our heads together and ensure that considerations around mechanisms for transboundary areas are agreed at the policy development stage, because otherwise it's a huge risk. So with that, I'm going to invite the 2 speakers, Kofi and Steve, back onto the stage to be joined by Professor Francis Lucy from the Atlantic Technical University, Dr. Rob Lennox from Ocean Tracking Network, and Dr. Hugh Edwards from the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Development. In our presentations, please come sit and don't leave me up here on my own for any longer. We have looked at marine systems and we've looked at freshwater systems. The experts that we've lined up for you here today bring a huge amount of expertise in all areas of ecosystem management, both freshwater and marine, from a species level and from a policy level. So please ask them loads of really good questions and make my job up here easy. Can I have Slido on the big screen, please? Perfect. Okay, we're not going to start with the first one. So I think these are basically, at the minute, all the ones I'm seeing are kind of questions for the whole panel, so people please jump in. Can we stop somewhere so I can read one of them? Perfect. If we don't make changes to land use now, will we be forced in the future to adopt the Chinese model by taking control of land and forcing eco-reserves on them? I feel like that's probably a really edgy question to start with, but it does bring the question of where do we step in for conservation?
So I think as soon as you start putting that agenda on the table, it becomes it's too much of a threat, and I don't think it's how to take the debate forward at all. I think it's about, I see the whole approach now as being about listening to people, understanding, and it's a communication piece. I sort of really firmly believe that it's about really understanding the benefits that we want to get out, make sure those benefits are understood, and agreeing what the kind of trade-off, what the cost is going to be, and how we're going to meet that as a society. So I'm afraid I'm not much of a fan of communist China as being a way of running our more Western society now. So I think that would be my response to that.
Perfect. Can I scroll back up to the top of the Rob? Do you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I think ultimately that everybody really is after the same thing when it comes to conservation and sustainability, and keeping that in mind when dealing with people and trying to find solutions can be very valuable, because a lot of the conservation action that we are trying to implement really ultimately is for the benefit of the people that are living in the areas. The planet ultimately is going to persist, but the way that we use it needs to adapt to the realities of the current time. And I think there's big communication challenges and there's social science challenges to be addressed, but I think working with people and trying to find common ground is definitely possible in order to implement effective conservation, area-based conservation measures.
Thank you. I'm going to rephrase the top question so a lot of us can keep our jobs. But I understand what we're saying in the top question. And I think really it kind of touches on something that I've been thinking about, which is how do we deal in Ireland and Northern Ireland with the transboundary water areas when it comes to spatial planning in Foyle and Carlingford? Because as many of you in the room will probably know, the two planning frameworks that we have in place do leave a grey area in the Foyle and Carlingford regions, and I know this is a really pointed question, but it's pretty much why I asked you to be here. How do we deal with that when you think about the conversations that we were having around Kofi's presentation earlier?
Yeah, I guess that's
yeah, it's for you.
Yeah, I think that's a very legitimate question. I think, and I don't think there's an answer at the moment, I think we're fortunate so far that our marine planning systems have run pretty much in parallel with a shared EU maritime spatial planning directive and a lot of joint working, a lot more joint working still needing to be done. But I think the challenge is, and so the marine plans really do closely align and are very compatible. But I think the divergence or chance of divergence is probably ahead of us, probably not that far away, and I think we need to manage that. And I think that's an issue for the UK as well, in terms of the four nations being marine planning is devolved. So again, while it's been a fairly much in parallel, there's a lot of scope for divergence, more scope for spatial squeeze, and I think all of those questions need to be addressed.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. I think that's probably something that we will tease out a little bit more in the breakout groups tomorrow. So I think it's something that would be really useful to talk about. Probably on. Oh, sorry, Kofi, do you want to come in on that too?
Well, it's more of a question than even an answer.
Oh, no, don't ask me a question. It's not my job.
Well, I'm thinking, is there space, because we are talking about taking this a bit forward, the next step, is there space to have, say, an informal project that's looking at Carlingford Lough and Lough Foyle, not considering the border, not considering all the issues there, to say we just want to access what's happening in the area, you know, in terms of the current status, what's the situation there like, you know? Yeah, so I guess it's a question for you, for everyone. Is there space to do that in an informal setting where you really want to understand the ecosystem, what's the impact there, you know? Because a lot of data has also been collected. So it's also about how do we bring all these together to say, yeah, if you're going to have a marine spatial plan, yeah, these are the existing data sets that can inform it. So that such a project could also do that in terms of aligning such data and looking at the data sets that are important for marine planning. Yeah, so.
I actually am going to jump in just briefly on that before I let Hugh have his 2 pennies worth. I think it is really important. I think it's really important that we single out these systems and look at them holistically. I think it's more about looking at, it's more than just looking at what we've already got. It's more than it's looking at the status quo. It's looking at Foyle and Carlingford and future scoping and looking at what the potential is there, what the potential risks are, which ones are immediately on the horizon and which ones are maybe something for further down the line. But we really do have to have our ducks in a row, because if we don't have a plan, then the grey area does create a chink in the armour. Sorry, that's my. Do you want to come in?
I agree with all of that. I think the ecosystem approach is written into marine plans. Comes from the Marine Strategy Framework Directive as well, which is there in common, and very much that's the approach to a lot of solutions. There's a lot of approaches that sit slightly outside of that, things like the MOU line for renewable energy, which has been agreed to which is again written into marine plans, but it's something that's been agreed outside to meet specific purposes. So there's a lot of that as well. Not every problem, if it is in fact problems, is for marine planning to solve, but marine planning will need to be involved and should help with solutions.
That probably segues quite nicely into a question that's actually from the audience on the Slido board, which is what should be the priority when implementing marine plans, and will there be trade-offs?
Yeah, I could start with that. I think the priority, even talking about trade-offs, I think we need to set at the first phase. We don't have to necessarily get through the whole planning process to say we want to get to the trade-offs. I think from the onset, we need to be really clear about what we are prioritizing in a way. And I think that's where a lot of the conversation about marine planning is heading towards, because obviously we have a climate crisis, we have biodiversity crisis, but what's the priority now? If we set it clear, it's offshore wind farm, yeah, that's a priority. But I think most of the time we leave it to the end to set that kind of prioritization, and I think we need a political decision on it that this is the priority that we are setting out. When you leave it to the end, to get to the end to establish the trade-offs, I think there's that challenge that happens. If it's set quite clear from the beginning, then you know how you are going to do that kind of compensation. If it's about environmental compensation, if it's about certain sectors getting compensation, then you are quite clear from the beginning that this is how you are setting it out to be. But in terms of implementation, I think what really, really, really helps in terms of plan uptake, in terms of when it comes to decision making, is making the plans add value to the existing process. I think there's a feeling that probably a lot of the plans does not add up to a lot of what's already existing, So people might not necessarily have to look at the plan, but they rather look at their sectorial plans rather than looking at the marine spatial plan. So we need to think about how we bring value through the marine plans that we are establishing to make sure that it can actually inform decision making. And I think the best way to do this is set the prioritization clear from the beginning and think about how you are doing your compensation.
Could I just, sorry, do you want to? I was just going to add to that prioritization is probably is about political decisions, and each country will take that differently, and our place will be to advise and steer to a certain extent. One of the decisions in that will be how highly you place nature, and certainly to inform that we need, as Steve was saying, the whole, how much of society rests on nature in terms of food provision, climate, all of those points, and we need to be making those arguments for the marine as well to inform the decision. But ultimately that will be decisions as to what's political decisions as to what's priority.
That's a very valid point. Rob, did you want to come in on that? No.
No.
Okay. I actually just building on that, and I promise I'm going to go back to Slido. I did tell you I was going to lose control of this. When we are looking at it in the context of climate change and rapid change, the risks and the priorities are going to shift as we go along. And I'm actually really interested, because what we've talked about so far is all the big planning pieces, but I'm actually interested in Francis and Rob's opinion here on species and habitat level changes and how we manage things like migratory and highly mobile species, invasive species pathway changes. How do we square that circle? How do we ensure that those issues, because they're probably not political issues, but how do we ensure that these issues come to the forefront and get the recognition they deserve?
Well, it's very complex, isn't it? Because, we talk about the main drivers, and I guess a bit like the weather forecasts, what we're expecting in terms of what's coming in the fronts and the cold fronts and the warm fronts, but then we have these extra drivers and these extra environmental factors that compound each other, you know, like the introduction of invasive species, with climate change, the types of species we expect to arrive, and then another actor comes on the scene. So it does complicate things, but I come back again to the ecosystem approach, because I think if we have a very good framework and an understanding of using an ecosystem approach, then the drivers, the actors, the stage can all be worked together. If you don't have a way to add this extra fuel into the machine, that's where you have a problem. And that's what we were talking about earlier, about the reactive approach and how we're always just caught on the back foot and it's the last minute. That's because we shouldn't be too hard on ourselves, really, because society has moved. In my lifetime, it's moved to extreme demands and the complexity of society, politics, etc. So now we have to think. We can't just react to everything. We need to use existing legal frameworks, best case practice from all around the world in terms of, I'm just going to give one example, improving our biosecurity around preventing the introduction and spread of invasive species through the known recognized pathways. So using the science, finding the people that are going to implement the management plans, pointing out the agencies or whoever are going to actually complete the actions, and approaching it from an ecosystem approach. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a very valuable point. I'm always shocked by how much we know about certain topics when it comes to the ocean and how little we know about many others. And I think it's really important, we've talked a little bit about it today, to have constant interaction at an early stage with decision makers about the science that we're doing and the data that we're generating. And I think that there's big opportunities for more adaptive approaches to management and planning. And I'm curious what other people on this panel think about that, because when it comes to migratory species, when it comes to threats of invasive species, those are very dynamic things that shift through time in ways that are somewhat predictable. Like species like salmon migration, the risk areas change over time in a way that we can understand by having the data, and by having those data, we have the potential to create more dynamic approaches to management that mitigate risks during high-risk times, and at other times allow activities or allow spaces to be used in a way that is more optimal. So the previous question about trade-offs, I think that some of the trade-offs can be effectively mitigated or optimized through some of these adaptive approaches.
Brilliant, thank you. Can I scroll up through this slide a bit, please? Okay, stop there. Because we've already touched on invasive species, I actually quite like this top question. So what are the opportunities and challenges associated with transboundary ecosystem management, in particular tackling issues such as invasive species? This is definitely you.
Okay, so the opportunities are joining together to form an all-island invasive species management plan. So at the moment, there is a management plan being developed in the Republic of Ireland, and there is a big opportunity there to work together to have a similar parallel plan that would be effective, because we have opportunities. We now have a new shared island project, which is going to work for the next 4 to 5 years together on invasive species management and on developing contingency plans. But there are a lot of challenges, right? So for as long as the Loughs Agency has been in existence, I've been working on invasive species, and that while we've written a lot of reports, we're challenged because we haven't actually acted on really calling out the pathways of spread. There's huge trade implications, of course. We're not doing anything effective in terms of any sort of joined-up thinking in terms of ports and airports, simply because trade moves in so fast. If you sit down at any of the ferry ports and you watch the stream of lorries coming in, you realise very quickly that they couldn't stop and check all those at any point in time. So we're faced with this challenge of having some sort of effective regulations, finding ways to actually enforce those regulations, but moreover, engaging civil society by doing a lot of education and outreach. Because we do have water bodies, you know, I work in freshwater, so you've got Loch Melvin, Loch McNean, where you have this invisible border running through the centre of the lake system. So that's all about education and outreach. It's about implementing check, clean, dry, making sure that equipment and boats moving in and out of those waters are effectively biosecure. So we have a lot of opportunities to work together. Very often we don't have the resources to implement various actions, but I think there's a huge opportunity there, and I am a glass half full person, that if we act together and work together, that we can find effective ways of engaging society, implementing regulation, and forming effective management plans where different agencies will be responsible for different parts of the regulatory process. So, yeah, I could go on forever, but I better stop. Thank you.
I actually think that this next question, although it's going to put all of us on the spot, is a really important question to ask, because throughout all of the talks today we've heard about consistency of approach, and we understand that there are different layers of interpretation based on our drivers. So somebody in the audience has asked us, a show of hands from the panel, are you confident that you can define the ecosystem-based approach? Because it is something that gets used in slightly different contexts. So I'm not going to ask you for a show of hands, and I'm also not going to ask anybody to actually define it, but what I want to know is, do you think that that is something that's a risk? Do you think that individual understanding of what is meant by the ecosystem-based approach will change how individual parties apply it?
I'm not sure I see it as being, I think it's reasonably well defined. I think how well it's understood is kind of the question. So I think you know, I think it's an education piece, and I think it is about, you know, I suppose what I was trying to do in the presentation is to pull out some of those benefits that ecosystems provide, and an ecosystem approach is about managing those benefits in a more holistic way. So I think it's about, it's not a quick concept to get your head around, and I think it's more just about how we build that education, understanding, appreciation of how you do that is the game plan.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to introduce the concept that of sustainability, really. We haven't mentioned that word today, but from this year on, under European legislation, all companies that hire more than 250 employees are now, they must now comply with the CSRD directive. So why am I talking about that? I guess I'm talking about wider society, business and industry now are going to be involved in the ecosystem approach, whether they understand it as such, because they now have to understand a whole different type of currency, because along with their financial reporting, they are now going to have to report on their positive or net zero actions to a range of biodiversity, water pollution. There's a number of different headings that they must report on. So now people are clamouring to find out more it's an opportunity for us to introduce this brave new world where we need to actually save the planet. And I think that one of our dangers is about silos. We forget that all these people are connected, and we forget that these people are our neighbours, and one of our big advantages is that we live on a small island, and we need more connectivity in order to help engage in this ecosystem approach. Thanks.
Can I jump in?
Please.
So my field is biology, and I do a lot of research, and my career is centered around animal tracking and understanding how animals move and interact. And the challenge that I have with the ecosystem approach is that we don't really understand how ecosystems work very well at all. And what we do understand about ecosystems mostly comes from our knowledge about a handful of species that we do study very well, which is driven by economic interests and cultural interests. And the field that I come from, which is movement ecology, and we use animal tracking tools to understand where and when and why animals move and where they are in space and how they interact with each other. We would love to have a more thorough understanding of ecosystems by having more data on a lot of species, but ecosystems are huge. They involve many, many species with really complex connections, both among those species as well as between the species and their abiotic environment. And most management systems have not been established or are not flexible enough really to implement an ecosystem approach still, certainly not in the marine environment, where most management of the marine environment is focused on fisheries, and fisheries are managed based on species quotas or species regulations, and not really based on ecosystems, because those are the levers that managers actually have, is managing species. So an ecosystem approach to management, at least in the marine environment, is still, I think, very elusive because of the way in which we have set up to study ecosystems and understand them through individual species, and largely ignoring, either implicitly or explicitly, a large number of species and environments that comprise the ecosystem. And so I'm curious to see how we're able to actually implement this at scale, because the level of knowledge that we have to have in order to manage an ecosystem, which is, I agree, optimal, is currently intractable.
Thank you. I think kind of leads back to what I said at the top of the session, which is this is the time for us to acknowledge what we don't know, as well as showcasing what we do. Can we have time for one more question? Do we? Can we slide up through the slider? Scroll up through the slider, please. Yeah, actually, this bottom question. So, it's probably one for Kofi. So, ecosystem marine spatial planning approach and multi-use monitoring. It's a great idea. Actually, this is for Kofi and for Hugh, I think. But licensing and funding mechanisms can limit this practice. It's additional red tape, even though it's useful for marine spatial planning in of itself. How do we overcome this?
More funding. Yeah, but I think it's a way of probably linking the two in terms of what's happening in licensing and what's happening in marine planning. I think both processes need to be linked up a bit more. And there's a case whereby maybe sometimes people in both teams might not necessarily understand what's happening. The marine planners might not necessarily, they develop the plan, and it's up to the license case officers to implement the plan. I think there's that need to align both a bit more for licensing officers to understand what the marine plans are seeking to achieve, and also for the people in marine planning to understand what licensing is about. I think that kind of dialogue needs to happen, especially when now that we have a lot of the plans in place. We need that dialogue, because the planners set up the plans, but are they going to be used as the licensing officers are thinking about it. Is there guidance already out there for them to be using the plan in the way that the plan is thought it should be used? So that there is that kind of dialogue and guidance that needs to happen when it comes to marine planning as a process and marine licensing as a process as well. I think that's a big challenge in terms of looking at it, but when it comes to funding, I think we always need more money in terms of all.
We always need more money regardless. To add my little bit to that, I think that definitely there is a need to differentiate between what is industry development and what is scientific instrumentation. I think we do need to be more nuanced in our licensing systems and not sort of apply blanket approaches, because the reality is we need this scientific data in order to inform the sort of commercial or industry development. So Hugh.
I was just going to say that I think it's a matter of implementation. So the ecosystem approach is written into marine planning. Decision makers, public authorities have to, in using the marine plan, they need to implement the ecosystem approach. They need to use and best scientific practice evidence. All of that's written in there, and as licensing authorities, that's what they need to comply with. And the same if it's, so funding is mentioned there, if it's government funding, again the same applies. But it's putting that into practice, ensuring that does happen. It's not going to be an instant process, but that is partly why maritime spatial planning is there. So yes, hopefully,
fingers crossed,
should happen.
Yeah, I was just thinking about maybe a bit more on the monitoring aspect in terms of the limited resources, and I think also how we build in marine plan monitoring into the existing monitoring system, especially if you're thinking about some of the sector monitoring, because you need that data to also inform marine planning. So I think we need to think about, based on the question about limited resources, how do we build in? Could there be a template whereby when it comes to sector monitoring, especially when it comes to licensing and how they are using the plan, is there a way of tracking this as part of their process to ensure that that's feeding back into the planning process as well? And I think that might be key in terms of bridging the gap between ensuring that monitoring is happening, whilst you have limited resources to really undertake big projects, that's monitoring projects.
Yes, I think building a bit on that, I think that's right. So it's kind of, I think the people actually benefiting from the structures or whatever that is being put in place, it's getting an equitable deal from them in terms of the monitoring that needs to be put in place. So you're looking at that through a risk-based perspective. What is the elements that we're really worried about in this and we don't understand? Drive the monitoring into that so that actually we understand that bit better, and I think you can draw in, make that a condition almost of licensing. I think that's generally how so it's not just about funding.
But I think that part of what that question is aiming at the minute is that the licensing regime required for scientific instrumentation is the same licensing regime as is asked of a constructor. So if an organisation or third level education or whatever wants to put out scientific instrumentation, they have to go through the same planning process as, for example, a wind farm. So that's where I'm saying about the need for us being clever at the policy level about nuancing the mechanisms. As I said, totally was going to lose control of this. I have no idea what we're doing with time, but I think we're pretty much ready to go. Yeah? Okay, I think we'll call it because it's like 10,000 degrees up here. Can we ask for a big round of applause for our very esteemed panel? And I imagine a lot of this conversation is going to get picked up over drinks and dinner and in the breakout sessions tomorrow. So thank you very much, everybody. You're free to go. Please don't fall off the stage. And I'm going to hand back to Louise.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and thank you to all of our panel. What a day. I think we've covered a huge amount of ground. We started with transboundary and collaborative, and we've covered everything so much. You know, we've discussed global issues, going back to where we started with Sharon McMahon first thing this morning, urgent global imperatives to protect drinking water and biodiversity. We've been taken through the challenge of effective collaboration as illuminated by Francesco Sindico and Martin Guillermo Ramirez, the crucial nature of systems as outlined by Kieran O'Quinn, and those of course are potentially universal as well, and the relevance of beautiful laws not implemented versus the power of voices raised and heard, transporting us all to Colombia thanks to Mo Hume. Ronan Boyle and Kevin Whitney took us all around this island and showed us how their work transcends boundaries. Kofi Ansong brought us across Europe from the German-Polish border right back here to Lough and the possibilities for change. Steve Wilkinson spoke about listening, education and understanding, and we've just heard here the rest of the panel, Francis Lucy, Rob Lennox and Hugh Edwards, covering the importance of joint working, the environmental drivers for an ecosystem approach, and effective engagement and outreach, all expertly moderated by Katrina Mullen and Sarah McLean, as I'm sure you'll agree. So my heartfelt thanks to all of them and to all of you for your attention and your participation. That's one of the busiest Slidos I've ever seen in a conference, so well done, all of you. So we'll look forward to doing it all again tomorrow when we'll be discussing collaboration for innovation, delivering for future generations and the next 25 years. Thank you all again. If you're joining us for dinner later, I'll look forward to seeing you all in a slightly more relaxed setting. And if not, have a wonderful evening and see you all back here tomorrow, hopefully with the sunshine in tow. Thank you so much. Good night.